name is Tejmi Wazobia. Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me. I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides me with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute. This is my big sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my kid sister and I with star 966 hash easy banking. Meet my big brother, Abu. Abu loves football. He's the mobile app guy, and with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription back up because he hates missing games. That's my mom. Mom is the superwoman, and she's always trying out new recipes. Mom is a convenient shopper. She orders online, but prefers to pay with her debit card. Now, meet my dad, Mr. Wazobia. He says his phone can be distracting while he's at work, which is why he's always using the Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie, Chioma? She recently opened a Zika Teens account. She experiments a lot and uses all the Zenith digital channels depending on how she feels. That's Aunt Nene. She's always smiling and has already opened a Zenith Children's account for my niece, Bimbo, to save towards her future education. Let's not forget Grandma and Grandpa Wazobia. They've been Zenith Bank customers forever and currently pay no bank charges with their Zenith Timeless accounts. Voila! This is us, the Wazobia. So whatever you like, however you like it, Zenith Bank PLC has got you covered. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Hello everyone, my name is Amira and I'm here to speak about the Zenith QR solution. The Zenith QR solution enables you to make seamless payments for goods and services by simply scanning a barcode with your mobile phone at any of our authorized merchant locations. This QR payment solution is available as a functionality on the Zenith mobile app. To make a payment, simply follow these steps. 1. Log on to the Zenith mobile app and select More on the lower right corner of your screen. 2. Choose the QR payment option from the list. 3. Select the Scan with Camera option and scan the QR code. 4. Enter the required amount and click Confirm. 5. Authenticate the payment with your PIN or token. Voila! It's that easy. Remember, download our mobile app today and start scanning. For further inquiries, please call us on 01-278-7000 or send an email to zenithdirect@zenithbank.com or reach out to us on social media on Instagram or Facebook at Zenith Bank PLC or Twitter at Zenith Bank. Thank you.
Check it out.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2023 Zenith Bank Tech Fair. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2023 Zenith Bank Tech Fair.
Ladies and gentlemen, please do take your seats, get settled as we will commence day 2 of the Zenith Tech Fair. Thank you.
Bring it on, bring it on. You, bring it on. You, life know the sweet though. Hey, if some people know the hate you, so use the number 6 so and calculate. You go see the ratio. The beef self na meat yo. Whether na asu them relate to. So bring your own crayfish yo. We go mix so oh Lord. Share na them talk say we no go blow. Share them they see us now. We don't they glow. Take a look at me now. Take a look at me now. We're running things in this town. Can't you see? I don't care who you are, where you're from, what you do. Just as long as you're chasing money, do what's right, never give up on it. Bring it on, bring it on. Are you ready? Unu ready? No matter how you try, don't you ever fall. Keep your head up high and standing tall. Bring it on, bring it on. Are you ready? Unu ready? No matter how you try, don't you ever fall. Keep your head up high and standing tall and rising, rising, rising. Keep it high, rising, rising. Bring it on. This life is not easy. So much hustling and puzzling. Everyone is struggling. So make you know they believe it. Since everyone is chasing, you're never gonna make it. Never say no, never give up. Keep your head up, standing tall. And for sure, you go turn it up, turn down for what? Hey, Shane and them talk say, we no go blow. Share them, they see us now, we don't they glow. Take a look at me now, take a look at me now. We're running things in this town. Can't you see? I don't care who you are, where you're from, what you do. Just as long as you're chasing money, do what's right, never give up on it. Bring it on, bring it on. Are you ready? Unu ready? No matter how you try, don't you ever fall. Keep your head up high and standing tall. Bring it on, bring it on. Are you ready? I wanna be a billionaire, so freaking bad. Be on the cover of Forbes magazine, smiling next to Oprah and the Queen. Oh, every time I close my eyes, I see my name in shining lights. Yeah, a different city every night. Oh, I swear the world better prepare for when I'm a billionaire.
Yeah, I would have a show like Oprah. I would be the host of Everyday Christmas. Give Travi a wish list. I'd probably pull a Angelina and Brad Pitt and adopt a bunch of babies that ain't never had shit. Give away a few Mercedes like, here lady, have this. And last but not least, grant somebody their last wish. It's been a couple months that I've been single, so you can call me Travis Claus minus the ho-ho. Get it? I'll probably visit where Katrina hit. And damn sure do a lot more than FEMA did. Yeah, can't forget about me, stupid. Everywhere I go, I'ma have my own theme music.
Oh, every time I close my eyes,
what you see, bro?
I see my name in shining lights. A different city every night.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of the Zenith Tech Fair for 2023. We'd like to ask that everyone takes their seats very quickly. We will start in about 30 seconds. Please get to your designated seats very quickly. We are commencing in now 25 seconds.
Okay. Once again, great to have you here. This is day 2. How many were here yesterday? Just to get a feel of the crowd. How many were here yesterday?
Oh, that's great.
That's nice. And how many of you here for the first time today?
Okay, also great. A good mix of the numbers.
That's nice, a good balance. So thank you for being here. Great to have you on day 2. And it's all about the future forward. But before we kick off officially, we will like to have the national anthem. Please, can we all rise for the national anthem?
God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You may please have your seat.
Once again, it's great to have each and every one of us here, physically and those online. Judging by day 1, the morning shows the day, and we got off to a very great start. Mojibade yesterday was completely enlightening, a lot of insight, and day 2 will be better, I can guarantee you.
I'm certain. We have an interesting lineup, and we're of course looking forward to the highlight of day 2, which is the Zenith Hackathon, the Zecathon. We do have several pitches, and we're looking forward to listening to the incredible, innovative ideas that will come out from our speakers.
Absolutely. So for those who follow the Zakathon journey, we'll show you a video during the course of today, but from last year, the last year winner who won or walked away with 20 million naira, that's Eko Tutu. We're looking for a new champion this year. And just a quick note, for those of you who are here for Zakathon, please just raise up your hand. If you're here for the Zakathon, okay, so we need you to come to my right, which is your left, right here, just 2 reps from, that's the 3rd and 4th rows, to have a seat here. If you're here and you can hear me, so just make your way over there. Once again, we'd like to thank our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for being part of day 2 of Zakathon. So we have a quick word from
the group managing director, but just
housekeeping and a recap of yesterday as well. Please, once again, a round of applause for our GMD.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome us to day 2 of this very, very outstanding program. And, you know, in the course of event yesterday, a few people sent me some text messages. Somehow they are unrelated to Tech Fair. You wonder what the text messages were about. When will you turn on the Christmas light on Ajosa Day? Never mind, it's not going to be too long. This Saturday, we'll turn on the Christmas light. It's extremely beautiful, different from what you've ever seen. And what did we use in achieving that? A 3D technology. So that also connects with IT, the subject matter of our event. It's my pleasure to very specially recognize the presence of the representative of the Honorable Minister for Investment and Trade, who unavoidably is out of the country. And I'm happy to know that she sent a representation. And also our Deputy Managing Director, who should have been speaking now, is also unavoidably absent. So, but however, she's joining us virtually and also in spirit. And I hope we are safe over there. So today promises to be very exciting. We've deliberately kept the best for the last. Today, the high point of today's event is the hackathon. This is where we have the opportunity to see the immense creativity, the talents in our youth as they come up with different innovative ideas. And our expectation is that going into the future, we should, from the crop of the participants who take part in this hackathon, we should be able to build the new generation of unicorns that will continue to power and drive the technology and innovative business in the country. You see, from the presentation yesterday, I was more than convinced about the profound impact and influence that technology has in our lives. We've seen from the presentation of the AI how that we can get the machine to reason for us. If machine can think for us with almost a 90 to 95% accuracy, it therefore means that the margin of default and error in our daily engagement and activity is reduced. Imagine the machine is telling you, let's assume chat GPT, you enter, I want to do a particular business, and after entering your profile, it's telling you, look, if you do this business, you are a failure. Will you go into that business? You will not. A few days ago, I saw on social media an invention that was created by somebody in Akwa Ibom. I think they gave the name Ifyok. And Ifyok is an AI application. And questions were being asked, and he got to the point where he said, Ifyok, did he say I'm at the school or some? No, I'm at the market. Ifyok replied and said, you are not at the market, you are so and so place. Therefore, we have to be careful with technology. And there's one aspect of technology that speaks to the fact that we human mind, there are so many things we cannot really put under control. And I'll ask the question, when you update your AOS or any application, you see a lengthy terms and conditions. How many of you go through those terms and conditions? What do you do at the end? Terms and conditions read and accepted. So you are gradually moving into the realm of becoming a liar as you use technology. Therefore, it's important for us to understand some of these concepts and know that, yes, that's why yesterday I talked about the issue of governance and regulation. We can't allow technology to continue to advance. I'm glad that the CBN representation, that's Dr. Blaze, spoke about it, and we also need to understand the fact that we have a role to play. We cannot allow the cat to be in front of the horse. So today, let's sit back, relax. There will be presentation as usual, but let's wait for the hackathon. It promises to be very exciting. We are looking forward to it, and the good thing about the hackathon is that what you see, the pitches you see presented, they are completely different from the ones that we've seen before. And we intend to make it far more elaborate, and we hope that as we go into the future, we should be able to bring back winners where they can tell the audience their journey and how they have progressed so far. Our expectation is that from the Zenith Tech Fair, the leaders, the rulers, and those who will be in the commanding height of our tech business and tech industry will be produced from this tech fair. So, once again, make maximum use of this. We are glad that a good number of students are here. So it's not about you just listening to very beautiful speeches. It's about your imagination and being fired. We'll be asking you the question, what will be your aspiration going forward? Also make use of the booth, visit the booth, so that you can interact and interface with the OEMs and the various exhibitions there. It's all for your benefit. So once again, I thank you for coming, and I look forward to a very exciting day today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So once again, a round of applause to our GMD CEO for that opening remark. And I think he summarized everything that we were about to say, except the Christmas tree. That's happening on Saturday, 6 p.m. So how many of us are going to be there? All right. So if you've been following Tech Fair, you know that it's to your best interest to take a selfie against 4.0 so that you can win something next year. Mojibari.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will do a few recognitions, then invite our first speaker for today. We'd like to recognize all our executive directors at Zenith Bank. Please give them a round of applause. They're the ones who work and make things happen here. We also see our keynote speaker from yesterday. If you love Chris Liu, make some noise and give him a round of applause. Are you making this noise because of the freebies or because of his keynote? Or is it both? If it's both, make some noise, make some noise. Thank you very much. And of course, we'd like to recognize all our speakers who are here today. Give them a round of applause. They have prepared, and of course, they are ready to dish out knowledge as we take over the future. Now, this final round of applause is for every single one of you for making time to be here. So give yourselves a round of applause.
And for those of you online, well, there's an applause emoji, so you can get comfortable with that. I think we also need to shine the light on our contestants today. Today is the main day, like the GMD said about the Zackathon, and they represent the future. Please, wherever they are, if they're here, their representatives, just stand up and let's give you a round of applause. We look forward to your presentation.
We call them seed stars.
The seed stars themselves.
The seeds that will be sown today. We're looking forward to you shining tomorrow.
Wish you all the best.
All the best.
For social media, we have a lot of entries that have come in for our selfie challenge. In fact, we have 2 that we will announce on Twitter and Instagram, but there's still competition open today. The hashtag, all you need to do is just take a very interesting selfie anywhere on the premises, right here in the hall or the exhibition, and the hashtag to use is FutureForward3 or hashtag Zenith Tech Fair or hashtag ZB Tech Fair 2023. The social media team are combing through the hashtags, and we'll share with you and reward you as well when we do get to that point.
All right, just final housekeeping before I bring up our speaker, our very first speaker today. We would like to ask again that you please keep all your phones on silent. Look after all your belongings. If you have to step out, please go with everything that you came in with and return with it. Don't leave anything to reserve your seats. Your seats are reserved. Just make sure you go with all your things and be your own security officer. Now, without much further ado, it gives me great pleasure to now make welcome the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Doris Aniti, who is ably represented today by Olufemi Adelui, PhD. A round of applause for him. He'll be bringing the good wishes of the Honorable Minister, who is unavoidably absent. Thank you very much for joining us today. We are indeed happy that you're here.
Come on, let's show them our Zenith Bank Tech love.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? All right, thank you so much. Thank you for the warm introduction. I bring you warm greetings from my boss, the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment. She's unavoidably absent, like you heard. Her heart is with Zenith. She's part of Zenith family, so you know that she will have wanted to be here. But national assignments had to take her out of the country. I am Dr. Femi Adelu. I'm the National Coordinator of the National Talent Export Program, and I'll be representing her. Now let's talk tech. I'm very delighted to give a goodwill message at this premier event, as I had the opportunity to initiate this tech fair and launch the maiden edition on the 27th of November 2019 at the Landmark Event Center in Victoria Island, Lagos. It is such a joy to see the fair has grown to become a reference point in Nigeria's burgeoning tech and fintech ecosystem. The first edition was barely a month before the onset of COVID-19. We all remember that pandemic, and has literally changed how the world interacts. Interestingly, our choice of the theme, Future Forward, really served to prepare us as a nation for the future of tech in the banking world and beyond. I heartily congratulate the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, Mr. Jim Ovia, the group managing director and CEO, Dr. Ebenezer Onyago, the deputy managing director, Dame Dr. Adaora Umioji, who is joining us online, and all other members of the Zenith team for the sustained success of the conference. I think Zenith Bank deserves a round of applause there. Now we're going to talk a little about the nexus between technology, trade, and talent. You know my boss is now in charge of trade for the country. In my role as the Minister of Industry, Trade, and Investment, and as a keen tech enthusiast, I am ever aware of the key role that technology plays in the facilitation of trade and the role it plays in shaping the demand for talent. As such, I will speak briefly about the nexus between technology, trade, and talent. How technology drives trade. Trade is a critical component of the global economy, and it plays a key role in fostering economic growth and development. It allows for exchange of goods and services between nations, which not only enhances economic activity, but also leads to greater efficiency in production and resource allocation. Specialization driven by the comparative advantage of different countries results in a more effective distribution of resources, contributing significantly to the global economic landscape. Now some numbers. The landscape of global trade in services is substantial, with exports estimated at $7.13 trillion and imports at $6.6 trillion. In 2022, the value of world commercial services trade surged by 15% to reach $6.8 trillion. Notably, and that's why this conference is very important, digitally delivered services exports accounted for $3.82 trillion in the same year, representing 54% of the total global service exports. Key sectors contributing to this growth include business, professional and technical services, computer services, financial services, and intellectual property-related services. The World Economic Forum reports anticipate that e-commerce and digital trade will be embraced by 75% of businesses, marking a significant shift towards digital platforms. E-commerce and digital platforms have transformed the landscape of international trade. Business can now reach global markets more efficiently, leading to increased trade volumes. Important technologies like AI, many of the things that have been discussed here, and the Internet of Things have optimized supply chains, reduced costs, and improved the efficiency of cross-border trade. In particular, generative AI or Gen AI is becoming a vital part of the global trade ecosystem. Gen AI refers to the type of AI, artificial intelligence, that is used to generate new content without human intervention, such as text, images, and even music. According to a 2023 study by Goldman Sachs, Gen AI is expected to increase the global GDP by 7%, and that's about 7 trillion, and boost productivity growth by 1.5%. Any of us that has been following global trends, tech news in the last 1 week, will understand that AI has become very prime, and that's why it has taken the space. Such is the importance of AI that global tech news for the last 1 week has been dominated by the story of, who knows? OpenAI. Sam Altman was sacked as the CEO of OpenAI. Then he was hired by Microsoft's new AI team, only to be restored as the CEO of OpenAI. Why? 500 employees said they were going to leave, and they had to call him back. So AI is important not just in core tech, but it's also going to transform and revolutionize everything, including banking. Now let's talk a little bit about skills. Shift in skills and talent dynamics. His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has prioritized the creation of jobs. For these jobs to be created sustainably, there's a need to ensure that the abundant talent we have in Nigeria are prepared for the jobs, not of the past, not even of the present, but jobs of the future, through the acquisition of globally relevant skills and certifications. In every sector, there's a noticeable shift in demand for new skills, leading to the emergence and decline of various jobs and skills within the labor market. To stay competitive, both economies and businesses must swiftly adapt to these changes. These include tapping into new talent pools, equipped with the required skills, enabling a seamless transition from traditional economic models to more modern, digitally focused ones. According to the World Economic Forum reports of 2023, the Future of Jobs report, the labor market, especially in high-income countries, is experiencing a strong recovery phase, A significant challenge encountered in 2022 across various sectors was the issue of labor shortages, which led to substantial production difficulties. Notably, around 33% of firms in manufacturing and services sectors reported facing these challenges. Furthermore, the issue of unfilled job vacancies remains prevalent. For instance, in the United States, 70% of the roles in retail and wholesale sectors are vacant. The manufacturing sector exhibits a 55% vacancy rate, and the leisure and hospitality sectors are experiencing a 45% shortfall in filling positions. Now, the minister has set up what we call the Industrial Revitalization Roadmap, and a little will be said about that. The federal government is committed to leveraging technology to revitalize the industries in Nigeria and ensure that Nigeria has a massive pool of highly skilled talent that can both power our industries and support our talent export prospects. To this end, a Presidential Council on Industrial Revitalization Roadmap was established to diversify Nigeria's economic base, emphasize trade expansion, catalyze robust industrial development, and escalate both domestic and international investments. The committee has also the following subcommittees. It has consumer credit, commodity exchange, heavy industry and steel development, trade facilitation and ease of doing business, licensing and certification of artisans, trade facilitation and realization, mining in solid minerals, oil and gas, and creative industries. Truly, tech will serve as a key enabler of all these sectors. For example, we shall use AI for enhancing vocational training, testing, and certification of artisans. We will also ensure that our talent pool have the relevant tech skills to make sure that, as the theme of these conferences, they are future forward ready. In conclusion, I would like to invite the vibrant ecosystem participating in this conference to partner with us in our bid to utilize tech to upskill our national talent and facilitate trade. We recognize that the private sector and tech ecosystem has a key role to play in the success of our programs, and we are looking forward to such mutually beneficial partnerships. I wish the startups a successful outing, and I want to congratulate Zenith Bank again for successfully hosting Tech Fair 3.0. We look forward to many more successful editions of the conference. Thank you for your kind attention.
Once again, please a round of applause. Thank you to the Honorable Minister for that speech, as read by Olufemi Adeluyi. Our first presentation is up, but before that, I think we have our winners from yesterday. If you were here yesterday, remember I told you I would share that with you, just on a lighter note. Can we put the winner up on the multimedia screen while we're waiting for that? Our first presentation. So that's our first winner. Is he here? Our celebrity lecturer. So congratulations to Osesibo, our celebrity lecturer. So his selfie is the winner because he posted it here. He posted it on Instagram. I think Facebook. He even posted it on our TikTok that Zenith Bank doesn't have. But that's congratulations to you. And I love the handle, celebrity lecturer. So your reward is here on earth, not in heaven. The next one we have from this morning. I think we have a second one. There we go. So, wow, bros, what's happening? Bros, wait. This is a tech fair, not be Nollywood though. So congratulations. Where are these guys? Are you here? Where? It's okay, calm down, it's okay, you got it. So congratulations to all of you. This is from Oga Danichi. Is it is it Danish or Danish? How do you pronounce it now? Danish. See how your teeth, just say Danish. AI, they your teeth. So congratulations. So keep the selfies coming in, ladies and gentlemen, and we're looking for interesting ones. You can take a selfie by the stands across and take time to go there. Our first presentation this morning is by Ashweta Janija, the partner at McKinsey Digital Doha, but will be represented by Edem Sheshi, the associate partner head of Africa Payment Service Line. Please, a round of applause as make his way up stage for our first presentation this morning. Oh, there he is. Okay. If we don't clap, they won't come up. So let's clap. It's also, like Mujibade rightly said, we do appreciate our speakers and presenters because they're sharing with us all a wealth of experience and knowledge that they've condensed into about 10 to 15 minutes for our benefit. So please do show them some love. So the clicker is here. You can monitor here or back. Super. And then if you need to move around, you can use this. All right. Which you might need to move around. Okay. All the best.
Thank you. All right. Let's check on the tech first, make sure it's working. Brilliant. All right, good morning, guys. I know I'm just the guy between yourselves and the Zackathon, so I'll keep it short.
This will be easier for you so you can move around. And then forward is green.
Okay. All right, so I know I'm only standing between yourselves and the Zackathon, so I promise I'll keep it short and sweet. The topic is customer experience, the evolution. In fact, I think on your agenda, you'll see retail banking customer experience. And while I was thinking about what to actually talk about, I ended up taking the retail banking. So the one thing I won't talk about today is banking. I am tired of talking about banking. Aren't you guys tired of talking about banking? Okay. Customer experience. There's three things I want to cover quickly today. One is why it actually matters. I think customer experience is one of those things that has become like design, agile, AI, overused and misused and completely misunderstood. So today I actually want to take a step back and a bit more sober about what it actually means, why it's relevant, why you should be concerned about it at all. Does it make any fundamental difference to performance or to value creation? Should you be concerned? The second thing I want to talk about then is the actual subject of the discussion. Over time, how evolution in customer experience reshapes industries and rearranges the economics and structure. And then the third part is the differential in performance between players that excel at customer experience versus those that do not. And you see what exactly that means shortly. So over a 5-year period, companies that excel in customer experience can experience as much as a 56% delta in revenue growth versus those that do not. That is a lot of alpha in performance in a very short period. I also kept away the titles of these two charts intentionally so you'll be wondering what they mean. The left-hand side here, this is all industries. The right-hand side is retail banking. It's also not surprising that the impact is a little subdued for retail banking, but still very significant. So the bottom line here is this customer experience thing is not just some nice, fancy thing to do. It's not just about having nice, beautiful logos or pictures. That's not what it's really about. It's really about value creation and the performance delta. Now, it also turns out that if you're going to extract that kind of delta, you can't just participate in the business of customer experience. As you can see here, there isn't much of a difference. TRS is basically total returns to shareholders. There isn't much of a difference if you are somewhere between the third and the second, the third, the fourth quarter. No, only the very top performers in customer experience see that delta in value. And this is a really important point. It's not enough to say, well, I also have a call center, I also have a customer service center, or I also have 2 people in customer experience. You have to be in the top bracket for that to actually make a difference. Otherwise, don't even do it at all. Super binary. It's either you're doing this thing exceptionally well or you're wasting money on whatever you're doing. Right. But why is it so? Why does the value... I hope you guys can... Okay, fantastic. There is a very simple logic behind why customer experience does actually translate into superior value creation. On the left-hand side, these ones, you can also think of it as stacks or boxes of products. You can put all of these products together and you're trying to sell them to customers. It doesn't actually create a lot of value. These are siloed boxes of products. On the right-hand side is how the math works. When your idea of business, your idea of selling, your idea of production is following customers along their need journeys and trying to meet all of their needs. You just capture more revenue along the life of each and every one of those customers. Each customer helps you generate a lot more revenue than if you just have products that you're pushing. You miss a lot of opportunities for each customer if you're so focused on pushing products. But if you're really focused on the customer, you have an opportunity to create products that meet their needs and capture all of the value in the grooves versus what you can get in each one of those product boxes. That is ultimately the math that translates to value. Now that's the boring part, right? All this business and value creation talk. So I want to talk about the evolutionary patterns. I hope I am not doing anything to these slides. I promise there's no AI in my fingers. Let's go back to the future. I wanted to go away from retail banking and talk about something that I had to think a lot about this. I wanted to talk about something that we can all relate to, that we can all understand. So, music. So let's go. This is about the future, but let's go back all the way to 1997. I'm sure different people remember different things about 1997. But what I actually want you to remember is how we used to buy music back then. Different people bought it different ways. You might be on one of the Lagos highways where someone is trying to push a CD in traffic, but for most people, it was buying a CD somewhere. All right? Who remembers this? Did you have one? Of course. If you didn't have it, you went in the inn, Who remembers this one? You know this one is newer than this one, right? So if you were on this one and your friends were holding this one, you know Sabio. CDs. Who still has any of these things? You're my guys. But what happened? So this whole idea of the evolution of customer experience, which is the topic of today, it's actually a very predictable pattern that repeats itself over and over and over again, as you'll see in the music industry. First, it starts off with a few fringe innovators that are basically experimenting with something, and everyone would typically be like, leave those guys, they're playing. Right? And then you start to see new models proliferate, and then you start to give them names, right? And I won't mention any of those names, right? But back when people were doing fintechs before it became a thing that was called fintech, right? But the thing always precedes the name. What then happens is, at some point, these fringe models and experiments become the main model. And now it looks very conceptual, but you'll see how it gets real in a second. And at that point, you can become a Kodak, or you can become or you can even become a BlackBerry. There's several examples of this thing. It happens over and over again. Even in your own sort of small village where you grew up, there was probably a corner store that everybody went to that is no longer there. You just didn't realize that it's also suffered from the same dynamics. If you're not able to shift your business model to create the new experiences that consumers are demanding, at that point, we are not talking about customer experience, customer service, and the lack of it, or how well you're good at it. You don't have a business anymore. You die. We were talking about extinction. So this whole customer experience and the excellence in it, it's really about the long-term survival of a business. And it is a thing that can make a difference between extinct businesses and those that continue to reinvent themselves over and over again and remain relevant. If you remember, all of these things, technology is always involved. This whole journey would not have been possible in music, for instance, if MP3 wasn't engineered to compress music into sizes that were small enough to put on portable devices or some storage devices. It also would not have been possible if the internet wasn't born to allow us to consume music the way we do today. By the way, bear in mind, there was a time, even before we were doing our CDs, there was just cassettes, right? Further compression led to CDs, and then the internet led to new ways of consuming music combined with the compression of the formats, right? So you see how technology and the compression of the music is there, the internet is there, but it wasn't everybody that put the two things together to create a completely new business model or a way of consuming. That requires you to have been focused on the customer and realizing how people are struggling with carrying the music around and attempting to solve it. So today, there are technologies that already exist that could solve problems for customers and make you money, but you're not likely to discover them unless you're thinking about the customer and how to improve their experience. Now, this is the music industry revenues. What's important is the red bar and the blue bar. The red bar is the sales of physical music records, mostly CDs and cassettes. By 2001, so we're looking at this over roughly a 20-year period, right? Just to illustrate the points. The concept we were looking at the previous page, this is how it gets real, and it's not only in this industry. So you can see how physical record sales disappeared. And what has replaced it? Digital. And then when internet comes, streaming. And now, where do you think this mix would look like if we were standing in 2023? How small do you think the red bar would be looking like right now? And by the way, the growth has continued. Right now, as we stand here, I think last year, the total recorded music sales was about 30 billion. So, but what is also important to note is that this disruption, when sort of the old guard doesn't adopt it, it can actually lead temporarily to a drop in industry revenues as the disruptors are disturbing, as like you get into a bit of a price war, before the industry recovers and gets into a new phase of growth. So this is important. You want to make sure you're not the guy that's left holding the red bar. But how do you make sure you're not the guy that's left holding this red bar? Let's go back to the music guys. How many people know of this Doug Morris guy? Anyone that says they still have CDs has to know this guy, or otherwise you send AI to come and test whether you're lying or not. So this guy is a true music man. Started off writing music, he's dabbled in some side singing, clearly wasn't his talent, but eventually became the CEO of Universal and of Sony Music. He also didn't believe in all this streaming and digital stuff. In fact, he said iPod users are thieves. Anyway, today, Sony Records, Universal, these are all some of the largest distributors of digital music that we all consume through iTunes and the rest. What is important is not the views Doug Morris once held, but that he was able to change them. And realize that the one thing he cannot fight against is his customers. If they want an experience, you have to go with it. Especially when the experience is already taking hold. It's not, and by the way, he won some wars. He shut down Napster, for instance, right? He shut down Napster. I don't know how many people remember Microsoft Zune. Do you remember Zune? Yeah. They signed a bad deal that ultimately didn't work out for them, but it was Doug Morris that drove that as well. So he fought and probably won some temporary battles. But the mega trend had already taken hold. The customer experience had already shifted. And the thing is, you have to know when the customer experience has shifted to a point where it is irreversible. Because what disruption means is that the economics and the structure of an industry are completely rearranged because customer choices have changed irreversibly. If they are reversible, you can argue that structures will come back to where they were. But if those changes are not reversible, the structure will have to evolve with it. So how do you develop an innovator's mindset, and how do you shift from, how do you become one of those guys that, like Doug Morris, is able to actually orchestrate the shift? Even if you don't believe in it and he never believed in it, you can still get your business to pivot. The thing is, this Conway's law, one way I like to describe it is, you cannot ask someone to describe a color they have never seen. If you structure an organization a certain way, it will produce only the things that it is created to produce. If you want to excel at customer experience, if you want to design experiences that are truly exceptional, you also have to have within the organization the capability to actually do that. 5 years ago, I used to say, if you want to know the departments in a retail bank, just look at the bank's mobile banking app. If you want to know the departments in a retail bank, look at the bank's mobile banking app. The tiles and everything are arranged perfectly to reflect the departments, and you'll see them there. But these days, everyone is evolving a bit, thanks to the competition from the fintechs. But what this says is that you cannot excel at customer experience unless you have rearranged the organization itself to be in a place where it can design the type of products that deliver exceptional customer experience. So we cannot say we want to keep the organization this way, the assembly lines are the same, the manufacturing lines are the same, the retail department has the same things, the bank has the same departments, but somehow we're going to make new products. No. It's a bit like Sony Records saying, we are going to keep these engineers that make cassettes. We are going to keep the distributors that distribute our physical devices, but somehow we are going to make revenues from streaming. Doesn't work. What does it mean to focus on customers? I want to sort of demonstrate practically what I was trying to say in the previous page, because it can be a bit conceptual. Nobody asked these guys where to put the pavement. It is a good idea to put a pavement for people to walk on. And if you ask people, do you want a pavement here? Would you like a pavement here? The answer is yes. What that doesn't tell you is where actually the pavement should be. So yes, you have an engineer, you've gone and constructed a perfect pavement. Look at that beautiful pavement with straight lines. Very symmetric, but look where the people are walking. That is what happens when you keep the existing structures, but somehow you try to create new experiences. You don't have the engine to do it. You don't have the capability to do it. And the unfortunate thing is, you won't even know. You just don't know what you don't know. And that's what happens. Beautiful pavement, everyone is happy. We have these fantastic pavements, and we might even cut a sword to launch it, but no one is working on it. Because customer experience, focusing on the customer, is a completely different mindset. And unless the organization is structured to do it, it doesn't happen. You can't use old structures designed for a different era to create products for a completely different era. What you do need, though, is an engine that is just focused on, so if you have a product organization, it doesn't turn around to become a customer-focused organization overnight. That is a process. Final thing, it's also not customer experience and responding to changes in customer experience. And I like the word evolution because customer experience are always evolving. The products that people used to consume 40 years ago are not the things they're demanding today. So it's always evolving. So you have to keep up. The thing about technology also is it's maturing a lot faster. The level of innovation, like the jumps we're able to make in 1 year are things that would have taken hundreds of years to make. I hear someone made a presentation on the Industrial Revolution yesterday, so I'm sure you must know how long it even took to move from horses to steam engines, and today we're talking about electric cars. But the pace of change is a lot faster. It's not possible for one organization to consolidate all of the technology, lead all of the innovation, internalize all of the thinking. It's not possible. Even the best innovators in the world that we use as references don't do it that way. You just can't do it all on your own. So you have to learn, to collaborate, to partner, to fill the gaps that you can't solve with structure. You need both. You need a completely new structure in-house to create the types of experiences that are focused on customers, but you also have to recognize that increasingly it requires partnership and you can't do it all alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edem Seshi. Give him a round of applause one more time. Thank you. Thank you for taking us through down memory lane and, of course, taking a journey into the future. Indeed, disruption is a predictable evolution. Yesterday, our speaker from AWS talked about how when he first started banking with Zenith Bank about 17 years ago, he would have to call his account officer. But right now, without interacting with anyone, he just chats Ziva and everything else has changed. So, of course, customer experience has really evolved, but again, just like he said, we can't do it alone, but we're indeed excited for what the future holds and this evolution that we're experiencing. We will take our next presentation right now, and this will focus on the 3 C's in payment. Now, you may ask, what are the 3 C's? The 3 C's are cashless, contactless, and cardless payment, the trends and the opportunities that lie therein. Our presentation will be delivered by a distinguished gentleman who oversees Visa's operations across 5 Anglophone countries and is responsible for spearheading portfolio management within the region, whilst also cultivating relationships with Visa's clients. Prior to his present role, he spent over 8 years at Visa, holding several positions, and mostly recently led the company's operations in Nigeria as the country manager. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I now make welcome the Vice President and Head of West Africa at Visa, Andrew Uwaboy, for the next presentation that will focus on, just like I mentioned earlier, the 3 C's in payment: cashless, contactless, and cardless, the trends and opportunities that lie therein. I'll be handing over to our presenter now, who will come up stage to take the conversation from here. And we're still looking forward to the highlight of the day, which is the Zekathon. Please come up, sir. Over to you. Thank you very much. A round of applause for him.
Good morning, everyone. I have to warn you that I'm talking about something that I'm very excited about, so I could get carried away. So please prompt me when and if I'm going beyond the time.
You have 15 minutes. Your time starts now.
Noted. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Zenith Bank, for having me here. I'm really excited. As you can see, this is an opportunity for us to learn about what's emerging in both the consumer space and as well as the financial space. I'm happy to be here because this is the second time as Visa that we are participating in this auspicious event. And I'm hoping that by the time we finish the session that I'll be speaking about, you'll be as excited about what is going to be coming in the payment space, for which Zenith Bank is already driving some of the initiatives. So while I wait for the clicker to respond, I'll be talking about the cashless, the 3 C's, cashless, contactless, as well as cardless payment. So the slide I'm going to be walking you through, I'll talk about the trends in consumer payments. I'll talk about as well the information that we need to be mindful of as we drive into the cashless and contactless payments, as well as the role that Visa plays in the ecosystem. So what are the trends in the consumer behaviors that we are seeing? We see that since COVID, there has been a great shift in contactless payment. In fact, up to 65% of businesses across sub-Saharan Africa said they would rather prefer to accept contactless payments than collect cash. We've also seen and heard feedback from consumers that say that they would rather do, 75% of them have said that once a merchant carries out a contactless transaction for the first time, they are more likely to collect it than take cash. Then we've also seen people that said that 16% believe that once you take the first contactless transactions, you are less likely to move to cash transactions. What does all of this mean for us as a business, as an economy, and as a consumers? What it means is that it's helping both the consumer that is transacting to have more access to digital forms of payment, to the bank that is providing the services is helping them to be able to gain insight into how their consumers or their customers are behaving, and you can design products and solutions that follows them on their day and their path that they go through. Next slide, please. So speaking more directly to SMEs, how does contactless affect SMEs, or what have we seen in terms of what contactless is doing in the SME space? So we've noticed that across sub-Saharan Africa that 82% of SMEs change the way that they operate once they start accepting, after that have changed the ways that they have been paying over the last 2 years, driving more into contactless kind of transactions. So you would also see that from COVID period, more and more organizations are accepting cash transfers, they're accepting card payments, they're accepting other means of payment. Selling products have gone online. You see beyond just e-commerce that you see every day, Konga and the rest of them that you see for e-commerce. You're also seeing small merchants uploading their services. You want to buy shoes, if you go to Instagram, you see people displaying shoes, displaying wristwatches, and all sorts of things online. So more and more products and sellers are going onto the digital platforms. And many of those transactions are completed digitally. So you don't even need to know who is selling, right? Just going on Instagram or going on Facebook or going on X, as it is called today, you can consummate a transaction. Contactless acceptance is growing across sub-Saharan Africa, and it will continue to grow. 38% of advertising is now targeted. So for example, you've bought a wristwatch or you've bought a phone. What you then start to see is that more and more targeted advertising is coming to you, because they'll say you probably need a pouch or you probably need a screen guard. These are all of the things that SMEs are seeing, and that is helping drive the wave of contactless transactions and payments in the ecosystem. Many of us will remember, at least for those of us that have been working for some time, 10, 20 years now, you remember there was a buzzword, Gen Zs. The Gen Zs were at that time seen to be people in the university, people that were still coming, but many of the Gen Zs now are working, and they have a different approach to things that you and I that are at a certain age do. And the slide in front of us actually tells how different they are. So 63% of Gen Zs would go for mobile first, right? Rather than the rest of us that would probably want to go less mobile. 60% of Gen Zs are looking for fun experience in payments and anything that has to do with digital. It has to be fun for them. So that's where gamification comes into play. So we need to look as we create experiences for this set of people that are increasingly leaving school and coming into the workplace. We need to make sure that we are creating the kind of experience that will drive the future of commerce for them and for us. Their patience level is very low. So what you and I would probably be go to a bank and wait an hour or 30 minutes. A Gen Z millennial, they don't have that kind of patience. And that we are seeing that across the different platforms where they operate. So speed, fun, and trust needs to be taken into consideration as we begin to build solutions for this growing segment of our population, because they are the future of banking, future of payments, future of everything that we do as a society. So now we're going to dive quickly into the 3 C's. And what are the 3 C's? The contactless, cardless, and cashless. And I'll take a bit of time to speak on each of them very quickly, bearing in mind the time. So what's contactless? Contactless basically is an ability to make a payment frictionlessly without necessarily touching or tapping on the solution that you're paying with. From what we've seen, people that have done at least one contactless payment, 46% of them have said that contactless then became their default means of payment. So imagine you will travel or you had your experience of making one payment with a contactless card or a contactless device. By default, when you are shopping, when you are paying, top of mind for you is that I would rather use this card or this device that has made it seamless. You imagine you go into a big supermarket and there's a fast track for people that can make contactless payments rather than people that are either paying cash or dipping. Because not all cards are contactless payments, contactless enabled. So you necessarily see that people that pay with contactless will move faster. It enhances commerce because whoever is selling can sell more because people are moving through the queue very, very quickly. So contactless, like I said, is going beyond just plastics. It's going into many digital form factors, right? Smartphones are becoming contactless due to the NFC technology enabled within them. And doing the mobile, so the contactless is very secure in the sense that I'm sure you've probably seen a number of videos where, and I'll play a video at the end of this that gives that sense of security that contactless is a very secure form of payment. So it has the chip. So if you take out your card, you'll see that it has a chip. There's a technology behind it that secures the payment of transactions. Contactless transactions also have that kind of encryption that governs the type of payment that happens. So contactless transactions essentially are safe for use. Now, contactless, like I mentioned, is going through different stages. Initially, we started with contactless cards. Now we're moving into contactless virtual cards or digital cards on mobile phones. So if you go to a store and you don't have your card, you can tap your phone if the device or the POS is contactless enabled. And increasingly you see smart devices. I can bet that half of the people here are either wearing a smartwatch right now or have a smartwatch at home or know people that have smartwatch. So we are getting to a stage whereby, imagine going for jogging in the morning, and obviously because you're wearing tights, you want to be free, you're not carrying your phones, you only have your smartwatch. And maybe you've taken a run for like 30, 45 minutes and you stop by a store and you want to pay. Meanwhile, you don't have a card, you don't have a phone. We're getting to the stage, and it's already live in many markets where you just tap your phone, your wristwatch, you make payments, and you move on. So that's where we are going, and we've already started our journey with a bank like Zenith Bank, and we will continue to drive those kind of initiatives within the market. So contactless, beyond just creating convenience, it creates a lot of benefits for everybody within the ecosystem. It helps compete cash. It helps provide viable alternatives for merchants. So merchants, you can either collect cash, you can collect a card, or you can collect your payment through a contactless form of payment. It improves consumers' everyday experience. Looking at the example I gave earlier, where you go into a store, and there's a long queue of people dipping their card, entering their PIN, waiting for confirmation. But you go to another teller, you just tap your card and you move. And many of us have seen it happen, and it's something that we can bring into our space and that is relevant for this market. It creates value for providers and also paves the way for Internet of Things. Our first speaker talked about Internet of Things. Our previous speaker also talked about Internet of Things. So that's how commerce begins to come into play. Just last week, I was working from home, and the next night I got a notification on my phone, and I looked at it, and it told me, your printer ink is getting low. You need to change it. And that's where the future is getting to. And upon giving me that prompt, it asked me, would you like to order for a new printing ink? And all I needed to do was say yes. And it would debit my card and credit the merchant. And so that's where we are getting to. And that's how contactless payment can help drive commerce and also drive business. Now, we are moving beyond just the consumer using contactless payments. We are looking at how contactless payments can speak to the last mile or the last small micro merchants on the road. I'll skip this slide and go to, this is where we want to get to. We're already here in many markets across the world where someone selling pepper, selling fish, right, that cannot afford a POS device that costs $100 or $200 or $300, can use their smartphone to either receive payment through someone that has a card or someone that has a smart-enabled phone. So it's the future of payments, and we all need to embrace it because that's where the world is heading to. So it empowers banks to bring in more micro merchants into the space. And imagine bringing more and more. There are billions of merchants across the world. In Nigeria, I think it's estimated that we have over 40 million. But not how many of them have access to devices to be able to accept payments. So this is an opportunity which we are working with partners to drive within the ecosystem. Again, I'll talk about fraud and contactless payment because it's something that we hear quite regularly. How do you guard against fraud? How do you prevent fraud on contactless? And I can assure you that contactless has globally, and you could, and I have some stats to back that up, and you could also do your own research, has some of the lowest fraud cases across the world. So if you check it out, you'll see that contactless payments is one of the safest forms of payments that you would find anywhere in the world. So how is Visa enabling this? I've talked about how some of the ways that we are doing this. We are doing it through enabling frictionless payments, through what we call tokenization, tap to phone, which we are doing with many of our partners. We are also doing it through seamless experience. I talked about the customer journey, whereby you open a mobile app. It could be a Zenith Bank mobile app. The virtual card that you have in there is already digitized. So even if you do not have a physical card, that digital card can be used as a tap-to-pay device or an opportunity. It can also increasingly help the bank and the providers of those capabilities to understand the customer life journey. You know where he's paying. You know he has paid for his lag bus. He has paid for his lag bus. He has come down. He has stopped at a fast food joint. He has started to pay. So you can follow the drive of an individual and know what products, what communications, what campaigns, and marketing things you can drive to them. It helps you with insight, like I said, and also is a new source of revenue. Imagine during COVID, right? A lot of banks could not issue cards because there was restriction of movement. People's cards were expiring where they were at home. Imagine you were able to automatically provision a card on your mobile app and enable that card for contactless payments. What that does for you automatically as a bank or as issuer of card is that cost associated with that plastic is significantly reduced. I will not go into all the details here, but just to summarize that as Visa, we are doing a lot and will continue to do a lot with the ecosystem to ensure that contactless form of payment takes roots in the market and also drives the payment landscape that we want to see in Nigeria. Thank you very much. I will just bear your indulgence for a 1-minute video to speak to the concerns that anybody might want to have about contactless payment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. You were right on time, 15 minutes. Please give him a round of applause for sticking to time. Is the video playing now? We have just listened to a session on 3 C's, the cashless, contactless, cardless in-payment, the trends, and of course the opportunities. Thank you very much, Mr. Andrew Waboy, Vice President and Head of West Africa at Visa. And very well done to Visa for the great work you're doing in promoting the 3 C's. Do we have the video now? Okay, coming up next, we will take a panel conversation, and the focal point of this conversation is the intersection of fintech.
It's harder than you think to intercept someone's contactless payment data, especially when you have a Visa card. We're here to put any doubts you have about contactless payments to rest. Can fraudsters steal money from my card with a wireless scanner or tap it on a card machine behind my back? No, they can't. For starters, for fraudsters to scan your card, they'd have to be very close to you, like uncomfortably close. And they'd also need to know where you keep your cards. But here's the best part. If you're carrying more than one card, it confuses the reader, and it won't scan a thing. Not just anyone can get a card machine too. To have one, they need to be registered as official merchants. And if they were hoping to make multiple transactions, they'd have to enter the amount, print a charge slip, and redo the same process multiple times. Not the easiest way to make a quick buck. How secure are mobile wallets? Quite secure. To make a Visa contactless payment with your phone, you will always need a fingerprint scan or a private passcode to approve each transaction. Can fraudsters intercept transaction data while I make a contactless payment? No, they can't. Visa cards use cutting-edge cryptographic tech to protect your information. This makes your transaction unique and your card impossible to duplicate. What happens if I lose my card? Oh well, accidents happen. And if you are sure you have lost your card, call your bank and block it as soon as possible. Your card cannot be used for any significant purchase amounts without your PIN. As an added security measure, in many countries, SMS alerts notify you every time a transaction is made, so you'll know if your card is being used. So there you go. Visa contactless payment is super safe, super easy, and super fast.
Thank you very much. Give a round of applause for Visa. Thank you. Do we have anyone who has any questions for Mr. Andrew Waboy? We can only take one, just one question. Anyone at all? Great. Please come up quickly. Oscar will give you a microphone.
Okay.
We have someone to my left, which will be to Oscar.
Which is to my
Please
left.
come up. Yeah, just come up.
Please come center stage. Thank you.
Very quickly, your name, what you do, and your question. And make it short so we can.
Okay. Don't worry, I'll come over to you. It's okay. All right. So what's your name?
Okay. My name is Eukaria.
What do you do?
I work with a fintech company. Okay, my question is, why we're carrying out this contactless payment? When there is a debit failed transaction, and the customer or the merchant has a debit, and it's a failed transaction, how do you reconcile the reversal also? Since there's no means of communicating or there's no means of anybody around to talk to. So that's my question.
Thank you very much. There's something very calming about her voice. Are we getting a response? Okay. Oh, there you are. Thought you were still on stage.
Thank you very much for the question. So what we should understand is the contactless transaction is the form of transaction. It still follows the same principles as a regular transaction. So in that instance that you've described, the same process that follows when you do a card transaction would also apply, whereby you can do a chargeback or you can do a dispute through your bank to request for that refund.
Thank you very much. Round of applause. Thank you very much. Do we have room for one more, or because I have rewards to reward? So what do we want? Questions or rewards?
Wow.
I had querward. Let's just take one more question here.
I think we can take one more question. Let's take a mail.
Please come forward. Question.
Please make it short. Your
Very
name,
quickly, your name.
And the question.
Okay. My name is Sanyolu Abidemi. So, I'm a student. So, the question I want to ask is that in the next couple of years, so what will be the fate of the banking sector where there will be a global robotic banking? Am I right?
Like Ziva?
I mean economic disruption.
Bros. You didn't even let me finish my sentence, people now. He has the right to the question. Over to you, Mojibadi. Is that a question we can field now? When you say robotic, you're referring to machines or, right? Like AI? Okay. In this present day age, right?
In the next 5 years.
Next,
Talking about
next couple of years, okay. Would you want to attempt that, sir? Would you want to attempt that, sir? It's a banking question. You know what will happen? Let's wait a couple of years. Let's wait a couple of years. So I have the rewards to give. Where are my selfie guys? Are you over there? Okay, so let's get them while we set up for the panelists. Mojibadi, our next panel session, what's it about exactly?
Our next panel session will focus on the intersection of fintech, e-commerce, and SMEs, collaboration for growth. And I'm happy that this is coming up because we did speak about collaboration earlier. So it's the intersection of fintech, e-commerce, and SMEs, collaboration for growth.
Okay, so for those who just joined, especially in the last maybe 10, 15 minutes and those online, we have to reward our selfie. We have one of the winners here. What's your name?
My name is Daniel.
How you doing, Daniel? So what inspired you to take that selfie? If we can get it on the screen, that would be great. You inspired. Whose handle was used to post?
It was mine.
So you can't inspire anything. It's not for you. So just take us through why that particular selfie this morning.
Sorry, please.
I said, why this selfie? Can we take the first one, not this one? The first, yeah, that one. Because it looks like it's not your picture. That's why I'm asking question. So what was happening here? And where was this?
Okay, the first one was when we were outside before entering. So we just decided to take a selfie.
Do you know those ladies in front of you?
Yeah, I know.
Are they AI or real ladies? Are they here?
See one of her.
See one of her. Where is she? There we go. All right, so congratulations. So in this package, one is a very state-of-the-art wristwatch, and one is an AirPod. What are you doing?
They're not both for him.
They're not both. Thank you, Jeremo. So which one do you want? Just pick one. Don't be deceived by the size of the box. Quickly. Pick one, pick one. This one. Oh, yeah, open it yourself, by yourself. Let's see if it's the star prize for today. What do you see there?
It's an AirPod.
AirPod, which means that our celebrity lecturer goes with the watch. Where is he? Our celebrity lecturer, please, can you come over here? Please make some noise. How many of you were in that selfie? 4. Okay, so one person will take one earpiece, this other person will take the other. Or you rotate it, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Just check them as you go do them. Where's our celebrity lecturer? Please, a round of applause to our celebrity lecturer. Please, clap like you are the one that won the wristwatch. Please. Sorry, the reason I told you to come is I can't walk all the way down there. All right, so quick one just for everyone to know who you are. Why the name celebrity is like you're coming from the bank in that picture.
Yeah, I'm a lecturer in Lagos City Polytechnic, Ikeja.
Lagos City Polytechnic. Make some noise, Lagos City Polytechnic. See them.
And also Southwestern University, Nigeria.
Wait, 2 schools?
Same person, operated by same.
And what do you teach?
Computer science.
Fantastic. Fantastic. How long have you been a computer science teacher?
Close to about 12 years now.
12? Wow. Wait, bros, how old are you first? It's like, are you serious? You started when you were like 10?
I started very early.
Okay. Any of your students here?
Yeah, I have lots of them. I'm actually the head of department.
We can feel your energy.
We can feel you. Where are the students? Yeah, the head of department. Thank you very much. So what inspired this particular picture? You posted this on Twitter, on Instagram, and yeah, on Facebook as well.
I think this was immediately after Honorable Dr. Boson finished his presentation, and I was really inspired by his breakdown of the Industrial Revolution. And we were discussing, me and my students, and that was when I took the selfie.
Fantastic. I thought you were going to say it was before lunch. Because you look like you haven't had lunch yet and you're vex. Anyway, congratulations to you. Thank you for the work you do. Appreciation. Share the wristwatch with your department. All right. Mojibade, over to you.
Congratulations to both our winners, and thank you, Huawei, for sponsoring this. Thank you, Zenith Bank PLC, for putting this together. Now, we'll move on very quickly to the next conversation, which is a panel conversation. We do have a lineup of eminent speakers and an able moderator, whom I will bring up right now to receive other members of the conversation. Please make some noise as I make welcome the author and founder, Head Start Africa, Mr. John Obidi. He'll be moderating this panel conversation. A round of applause for him. He'll be right up stage to receive the other distinguished members of this conversation. We do have the honors of having the CEO of Konga, Prince Nnamdi Eke. A round of applause for him as he comes up stage to join this conversation. Coming up next, we have the Managing Director of Lydia, Mr. Tunde Kehinde. A round of applause for him as well. We have the Regional Meta Director, SSA Aleph, Mr. Stanislas Martins. A round of applause for him as he comes up stage. We also have the Chief Executive Officer of System Specs, Mr. John Obaro. It is a power-packed panel, and we're looking forward to the amazing conversation that they will have. And finally, but certainly not the least, we have the founder of Bland to Glam, Mr. Sheyi Banigbe. A round of Miss Sheyi, beg your pardon, Banigbe. A round of applause for her as she comes up stage. A round of applause for Sheyi Banigbe, the founder of Bland to Glam. She's joining this conversation. I will now hand over to our able moderator to take over the conversation from here.
Welcome, everyone. This is the intersection of fintech, e-commerce, and SMEs. Collaboration for growth. I'm personally looking forward to this panel discussion because this is where money moves, fintech, e-commerce, and SMEs. We're going to have just 3 minutes for each question, and I'll start with Prince Nnamdi Eke, CEO Konga. The question goes, how significant has the growth of e-commerce been in Nigeria, especially post-COVID? That one, yeah.
Hello? Can you guys hear me loud and clear? Okay, awesome. Okay, so I think I don't want to say COVID was a blessing, but COVID pushed the mindset of a lot of Nigerians. You know, e-commerce in Nigeria, the first thing we're trying to do is change the mindset. From when we were young, we used to go to the market with our mothers on Saturday morning. We hustle and bustle, whether it's raining or it's sunshine. But we're trying to change that mindset and show people that there's another way to buy products and to shop. So during COVID, it kind of forced people's hands. A lot of markets were closed, a lot of stores were closed, so people were forced to actually try e-commerce. And what we noticed is that the people that tried it started to adopt it. So during COVID, we saw a huge influx of customers throughout that period. So there were definitely benefits, you know, but I don't think everything is all rosy. Also, since COVID, the naira has devalued almost 200%. So cost also went up drastically. So I think all in all, I'll just round up by saying that Conga has about 4 million customers today. The Nigerian population is over 200 million. So I don't think we've even scratched the surface, and there's such a long way to go before we say we have truly captured the Nigerian population. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Prince Nnamdi AK. The next question is about lending, digital loans, and that goes to Mr. Tunde Kehinde, the MD of Lydia. Do you think access to digital loans is impacting small and medium enterprise growth in Nigeria?
Hello. Okay. Afternoon, everyone. Yeah, no, I think it's so maybe I'll step back and say, what do we do? So what Lydia does is, the whole premise is assess you today and give you credit in 24 hours. And we are very bullish on digital credit in this country, because if you step back and think about it, we believe that if you get credit to the credit worthy, they will invest in their businesses, they will invest in their skills, they will buy assets, and then there will be overall growth. And the power of a digital-first approach to lending is, if you went back, 5 years ago, even to access a loan, it required collateral. So literally physical collateral, land, cash, machinery. And what that meant was most likely 90% plus of folks who would, in theory, based on the data and their businesses, qualify for a loan were excluded, right? But what has happened since then is, with folks like us and other digital players, commercial banks, now saying, look, I can actually use your data to assess your creditworthiness. I can score you, and depending on your creditworthiness, I can literally give you a line of credit in minutes. That's a game changer for a small business that does not have the resources or the manpower to spend 3 to 6 weeks applying in a traditional way for a maybe. Now you get a decision in minutes, and if it's a yes, you now have the capital to finance your business, invest in inventory, etc. And one thing that's very powerful for me, I would assume that probably over $1 billion a year is going to digital credit in this country now. And to Nnamdi's point, we're just scratching the surface, right? Like if you step back and think about credit rates across the world, there was a survey I saw that only 4% of the population is even touched by formal credit, 4%. And so the sky is the limit and the opportunity is enormous.
Thank you so much. I think we are all learning from that. A round of applause. Thank you. I'm sure a lot of people paid attention to that, because everyone wants to know how to get access to credit and instant assessments. Stanislaus Martins is the Regional Meta Director, SSA Aleph. According to the 2021 SMEDAN report, Nigeria has about 39 million MSMEs. How well are these MSMEs using digital marketing and payment tools to drive growth?
Yeah, thanks. Brilliant question. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay, I'm going to ride off Nnamdi's response. So I was at Jumia when COVID was just about to, when COVID set in. And at that point, I led the growth and partnership team. So I really was at the thick of things then. And I can really attest to how that singular incident accelerated adoption like crazy. There were brands, I'm not even talking like really small micro businesses, now even the bigger SMEs and what have you, that we have struggled for years to onboard and just were not comfortable coming on board. And suddenly it became a tsunami. We couldn't keep up with and that was at Jumia at that time. And yes, so I would agree with you 100% that COVID did accelerate. And Nigerians took that and they ran with it. So when COVID stopped, Nigerians had begun to build that confidence in e-commerce. They got into the point where they were a bit more comfortable about transacting online. They began to see the opportunities. Suddenly somebody sitting in Osun State realizes that his market is no longer limited to 2 meters or 3 miles away. I personally am buying things from Alaba market. I haven't been to Alaba in probably 10 years. but I'm buying things from there. So yeah, COVID did accelerate that. So as to how well they are using it, I would say relatively well, given that there still exists a bit of knowledge gap that still needs to be filled. If I could give one insight, it would be when we think of digital marketing, a lot of the small businesses, the micro businesses still continue to think it's just social media. Obviously, I've worked on Meta for a couple of years now. I mean, I want you to think it's only social media. But there's always that low-hanging fruit that most small businesses tend to forget, and that's search. I want small businesses, I would advise small businesses to look beyond just e-commerce. I would look beyond just social media channels and begin to explore more, let me use the word, organic ways of driving awareness for your business, growing your business, which is search. Search for me is probably like a silver bullet. It's a low-hanging fruit. There's a lot of complexity about how you do it well, but at the most basic stage, what it just means is you need to create a lot of content, put yourself in the place of your end users. What would they be searching for? If you pick out your phone right now and you search, if you put yourself in the place of your customers, if they search now, what do they find? If they don't find you, then you know there's a lot of work that you need to do. So yes, social media is fine, but go beyond your comfort zone and try to explore how you can do well as a small business using search as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stanislaus Martins. One heavy takeaway there is the low-hanging fruit is search for businesses and not just social media. I'll move on now to Mr. John Obaro. Your name is very similar to mine, John Obidi and John Obaro, CEO System Specs. I think System Specs is one of the oldest players in digital payments in Nigeria. So it's going to be really great to hear your thoughts on this. Acceptance of digital payment channels is on the increase in Nigeria. What role do you think this will continue to play in the growth of businesses?
Thank you very much. Well, I think this is one area that Nigeria has really done well, and we really should celebrate ourselves with banks like Zenith really playing big in that space. And before now, you can just imagine how businesses were run. The first thing that crossed my mind was people traveling to the east, coming from the east to buy things with a lot of cash. A lot of armed robbery on the way. That, for instance, has really gone down because of electronic payments. Although some have argued that that is why kidnapping has also skyrocketed, because the people can't see cash again. So there's been a lot of efficiencies that has come into the space, and that will also continue. Now you have more efficient ways of doing business 24/7, like somebody said. So that increases the chances of growing the economy, because it increases the chances of having a 24 rather than 12-hour economy. You're also looking at situations where you now have data analytics, which can help for better planning, market planning, and growth. And you also have that opportunity to be able to include more people in the financial space. So we have more people who before now would not have transacted business. But like we heard about the SMEs, 39 million of them. We're increasing the number of organizations that can do business with even a larger population, a wider market. Before now, if you were operating within a small geography, now you can go outside to other parts of Nigeria, and in fact to other parts of the world, operating from a very small space. And that will continue to increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Obaro. The next question goes to Ms. Sheyi Banigbe. You're the founder of Bland to Glam, and that's an interesting brand because you sell jewelry, men's and women's jewelry, and you ship from Nigeria to the world. So I think everyone who's in the e-commerce space needs to learn your trade secrets there. So your question is, how would you describe the impact technology is having on small businesses in Nigeria? And do you think these businesses are really taking advantage of emerging tech opportunities?
Okay. Thanks for the question. I'll use Bland Glam as a case study for my answer. So it started in 2012 with a desire to make good quality fashion jewelry or costume jewelry accessible to Nigerians. And I was as passionate, I've always been as passionate about my legal career as with entrepreneurship. So while I kept my job, the only way I was going to run a business was via tech. So I set up the e-commerce store, and then after work and weekends, I'm able to monitor sales and do whatever. And over the years, as the business progressed, even though it was just a website, the numbers were looking good. And for some years, we would simply, tell customers when they place the order, make your deposit in our account, then email us. I mean, this was back then. Send us an email of your cash deposit slip. I mean, by the time we got quite a number of fake deposit slips, we learned to get a payment platform integrated on our website. And strangely, it was actually Zenith Bank back then. I think this was about 2013 or 14, that was able enough, that quickly came to our rescue and got integrated in our website, and the business kept growing for several years. And then it got to the point where we realized some people were just not going to shop online, even though we were doing very well. And we started to partner. I mean, I couldn't afford rent to have a major store, so we started partnering with key brands. And what we had done correctly before walking to your major stores is we had built our story online. We had, from inception, always arranged for great fashion campaigns. We knew we couldn't afford billboards, but we would take great photos. And who did we run to? Big Brother Tech would distribute it digitally, get the blogs to post it, the influencers, all of the pages, Facebook and everyone. And with that, we built a story. So when I was ready to, collaborate with the major brands, when I walk into the room, they say, "Oh, who are you?" I'll say, "Bland to Glam." "We don't know you." I'll say, "Google, type in Bland to Glam." And by then, once they type it, they're like, "All right." And the pick of the pack was we then did a collaboration with the musician Yemi Alade. We had this collection with us. So once they Google, they see the fashion parties, fashion campaigns, they're like, "All right, we want to work with you." Through that, we then got into partnership. But being online was still our major push. And through that, we built the brand over the years. And just 3 years ago, we were able to then afford to get into the major malls, the premium malls across Nigeria, Ikeja City Mall, Jabi Lake Mall, Abuja, and all of that. And it's even more interesting that our tech platform is what even drives a lot of the sales, even in the malls. Once we boost a product on online, Google, Facebook, Instagram, it sells out both online and in the malls within a week. It's amazing how we went from inception where we were using just Excel to calculate inflow, outflow, pay our taxes and all of that. With tech now, we have more sophisticated software that is able to monitor transactions real time. And trust me, you don't want to encounter the wrath of a customer that has swiped their card or transferred to you, and you are telling him, "I've not seen it," and he can't leave his money and he wants his product. So tech has really been a lifesaver with that, because now we are dealing with fintech companies that are able to give us real-time updates on what has been transferred and what isn't transferred. And I think the icing on the cake is also being able to monitor. As we expand and across Nigeria, the fact that on my phone I can pick it up and see everything go just via software, see everything going on in all the malls is amazing. And right when we started, we always said, "Oh, we want to be like the UK retail stores, the fashion stores." But right now, that's not our standard anymore. We want to take over the world because we've realized that the world wants Africa. They want African jewelry. And it's now beyond just selling urban jewelry for us. We have urban jewelry, but we also have a lot of African-inspired jewelry. And indeed, for us, we are comfortable that we will take on the world because we have tech. Thank you.
So let's just build on how you just closed there for your second question. It seems to be a natural progression there. Digital knowledge and literacy, as in knowing what digital tools. Yeah.
Let me try this one.
No, they're all up.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
They were not here yesterday. This way. Once again, a round of applause to everyone. Thank you very much so far. You need to clap like I'm going to give all of you watches. Come on, let's go. So I'm not really saying anything. I'm just forming activity like I'm saying something. Okay. So, morning. Yeah, it's a good pleasure meeting you. The thing you're saying, I did not say. Okay. He spoke very highly. Okay. Thank you. You can project me. Do you want to carry on? We should project? No, they need to capture everything you say on video. So, okay.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, look. Open it up.
Hello? Okay.
Okay. We are back after those short messages. Are we together? Are we together? All right. We'll just move on like that didn't happen. So, back to Ms. Shea Banigwe. Digital knowledge and literacy, as in knowing what digital tools are available and how best to deploy them to the advantage of a business, can be a challenge. I know you spoke about how at the beginning it was all sending in tellers and then dealing with fake tellers. You know, it was surprising how many small businesses are still at that level and are still facing that challenge, getting onboarded with the modern tools. So this is for you, as in this digital knowledge and literacy of the new tools and the new systems. How best can businesses deploy them to their advantage, since it's such a challenge right now? And how can a small business navigate this and ensure it's taking advantage of the best technologies available? I'm sure in your business, maybe you have personnel to manage some aspects of this, but I think a lot of small businesses are basically one-man businesses. So having to deal with the business side and the tech side, you know, what do you think a small business can do to get the best of both worlds?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think for any small business owner that doesn't want to die young, you need to start to solve every problem you have via tech, or else you land in the hospital, because most SME owners, you're the founder, accountant, social media manager, this, that. But we've gotten to a time now where, unlike before, we will go online to search for what tech is available to help this area of our business. Now it is, what problem does my business have? Now let me look for the tech solutions that can solve this. There is a tech solution for every area of business in the world we live in now. So I'd say to small businesses, highlight, for every stage you are in, highlight the things that, whatever it is that is not allowing you sleep at night, go out there and look for a tech solution for it, and I promise you it's out there. If you don't find it, speak with an expert. As a small business, I know there is that drawback to pay for knowledge. But you know, one thing I did in the earlier days is I'll say, you know what, once in a year we're going to pay an expert or a professional or, you know, of some sort to help. So, you know, this year could just be that year you pay a tech expert, or if it's to grow your following, or pay a PR specialist. These people know what you need. Because I agree that sometimes you get on Google and you just don't find that software that you need. So learn to engage experts, learn to search yourself. And I'll say lastly, the power of community. So sometimes just being in a community where there are fellow business entrepreneurs as you, rubbing minds, discussing is also a very great tool, because these people have the similar problems as you have, and somebody has solved what you are currently struggling with. So, and I learned of a very good community, which I must mention, the Zenith SME GMB. I mean, I studied that recently, and I think it's a community I can recommend for any SME watching. Yeah.
Thank you. So Ms. Sheibanigbe highlighted the importance of community and getting outside help to run your business via tech. So I'll come back to Prince Nnamdi Eke, and I'm going to ask, what are the greatest challenges impeding e-commerce growth in Nigeria, and what can be done to overcome them? I think you're the best person to take this because you have back-end access to data, and you actually know what works and what doesn't. So what are the greatest challenges impeding e-commerce growth, and what can be done to overcome them?
Well, I think the problems are plenty. The problems are a lot, unfortunately. And you know, that's the reason why over the last 10 years, we've seen a lot of e-commerce companies try to come into Nigeria. And majority of them are no longer existing. Because you're faced with a myriad of problems. I mean, even Konga was acquired, for those who don't know, Konga was acquired by the Zynox Group in 2018 because they faced significant cash flow challenges. But I'm happy to say now that Konga is probably the only profitable e-commerce company out of Africa today. So we've come a long way from where we are. But those problems, a lot of them still exist. And you know, the idea is how do you find solutions to some of these problems? So the first critical problem that a lot of e-commerce companies will face is what you call payment on delivery. It's not usually that way in the Western world, but in a lot of developing economies, because of the reliance on cash, there's cash on delivery or payment on delivery, meaning that you spend your time to ship the item to the customer. When it gets to the customer, they pay. But the problem with that is you're making a commitment to ship those goods without any upfront commitment from the customer. So what you see is that there's usually a huge returns that will come with the orders. Now, it's not a big problem if you're shipping 10 orders or 20 orders in a day. But when you're shipping in tens of thousands of orders a day, it becomes a huge logistical challenge. So unfortunately, that's a challenge that a lot of e-commerce companies will face. But I mean, it's getting better. Before COVID, we're seeing that 80% of orders were done with payment on delivery. Right now, it's about 65%. And you know, before I said COVID might have been a blessing to some. It's the same way that the Naira design was also a blessing to some. Because what happened during that period is a lot of people started to open accounts with a lot of fintech companies. So it increased the way people are able to pay digitally. So it really benefited a lot of people in the digital space. But it's the unfortunate reality of the environment that we operate in. You know, when we acquired Konga in 2018, we tried to stop POD. Overnight, the order volume fell by 80%. So immediately, as business people, we had to turn it back on, you know, and face the reality. So another challenge we face is dealing with logistics. Actually, I'll say scalable logistics. Because in Nigeria today, everybody has a logistics company that has bikes. So it's very easy for you to ship 10 orders. Maybe some might be able to do 100 in a day. Very few might be able to do 1,000 in a day. But almost no logistics company in the whole of Nigeria can ship 10,000 orders across the entire nation in a day. And when you start to scale that to 100,000, to 500,000, to 1 million, it becomes even more challenging. But again, like I said, we have to live with our challenges. So what do? We started Konga Logistics. Now today, I think Konga Logistics is probably one of the most efficient last mile delivery companies in Nigeria today, because we deliver to all 36 states in Nigeria, to any address, whether you're living in an urban area or rural area, whether you're living in one small village, we'll find you and we'll deliver to you. Thank you. So I think there will always be challenges in business. I mean, we're in Nigeria. Nigeria has one of the most volatile economies in the world right now. Everybody here, if you're in business, you understand the impact that the dollar is having on the economy today, and just accessing dollars. And don't forget, we're an e-commerce company. Almost 95% of the things we sell are imported, unfortunately. I mean, it's not a prayer, but it's just the unfortunate reality of where we find ourselves. So we also have to deal with the volatility of the dollars. Now, what that means is that if you're a merchant on Conga, you're selling on Conga, and you're selling this watch for 100,000 naira, tomorrow, if dollar increases by 100 naira, you have to reprice. If you don't reprice, then when you sell the watch, you can't go and buy back that same inventory to sell to your customer. So it becomes extremely challenging for merchants to manage, and it's something that is really strangling the entire economy. But since everybody is plugging Zenith Bank, let me plug Zenith Bank also. Zenith Bank has been very helpful in helping us deal with some of these critical issues. So that's all I have to say for today. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause for Zenith Bank. Okay, back to the subject of loans and lending for Mr. Tunde Kehinde. There are several challenges associated with digital lending in Nigeria, especially defaults on the parts of lenders. What do you think can be done to deepen the impact of this sector?
Yeah, well, so I'll talk for ourselves and I'll talk then more generally. So for us, to be honest, so now we've disbursed over $100 million worth of loans to SMEs in Nigeria, and our default rates are 1%, right? And I intentionally give that statistic because I think oftentimes the perception can be it's extremely risky to lend to all Nigerians. But what we've seen is there is a certain class of small businesses that have, and to be honest, it was an insight that we saw from my days at Jumia, where we saw a number of businesses that were growing, had good data, but they did not have access to capital to scale. And what we said to ourselves was, as long as we have a responsible approach to lending and we do not over-lever these businesses, and you give them the right amount of capital for them to scale, they're able to take that money and go to the next level. And we've seen some of our SMEs that started out with 2 grocery stores, now they have 10 grocery stores, right? So, you can lend, and you can lend at very good, attractive repayment rates. What I will say though is, I think for credit to be widely accessible, the value chain for sure needs to be built. And when I say value chain, it goes beyond the lenders. So to an extent, it's credit scoring. That every single person in this room has a credit score that says, based on my ability to repay my rent or my car loan or whatever it is, I'm a AAA credit. So because of that, do not charge me a year upfront worth of rent. There clearly needs to be a value chain around also capital markets and access to credit. And I'm saying this intentionally since we're in a Zenith fair. It's extremely difficult to find capital to on-lend for the best lenders. So you can literally be showing almost 100% repayment rate, but there's still not that open access to capital to scale. And then I'll say there are other things around collection systems and mechanisms. And we're actually seeing, and we partner a lot with System Specs on this, around repayment of loans. So what I'll say is it's inevitable that demand is here to stay. It's inevitable that access to loans through technology is here to stay, but it's also clear that it's not going to be a sustainable growth where we all make money if the value chain and all the actors in the value chain don't play a part.
Well, thank you. Those are incredible statistics there. A round of applause for Mr. Tunde Kehinde. Thank you for dispelling some parts of the negative perception there. $100 million to small businesses in Nigeria with only a default rate of 1%. I would never have known that if I didn't hear that here today. Are we learning something? So please, I'm sure everyone is active on social media. As you learn here, keep on tweeting out and posting on social media. Find each of the speakers here on social media and tag them. Let your friends know. Use the hashtags for this Zenith Tech Fair. Let your friends on social media know what is going on here. The next question goes to Stanislaus Martin. Social media and internet proliferation in Nigeria presents a lot of opportunities for small and medium-scale enterprises. What are some of the things they must do to successfully play in this space?
Okay, so coincidentally, someone called me just before I came in this morning and wanted to know if she should open a Reddit account for our business. I think she also mentioned something called Twitch. I think that's like a gaming platform. So I think it's very easy for small businesses, and I'll speak specifically to MSMEs in particular because they are really the small ones, and there might just be 1 or 2 people. When they get started, it can get a bit overwhelming and they want to do everything at the same time. They should breathe and relax. The first step before you even decide on how I want to approach social media is that you need to be crystal clear on who you're trying to talk to. Who's your customer in the very first place? A lot of guys don't take the time to go through the rigor to determine who their customer is. And they feel if I ask pretty much everybody, I'll tell you my customer is everybody. But you should try to, as much as possible, create what we call in marketing like a persona. And if you have multiple products, targeting multiple kind of customers, you can have segments. But my biggest advice is sit back, do the hard work, put in the work, and be very, very clear on who your customer is. By finding out who your customer is, who your target audience is, you know the social media platforms where they frequent. Gone are the days when we used to say social media was really just for the young guys. I don't think there's anybody here that sends WhatsApp broadcast messages like my mom. I know everybody can attest to that. So while a lot of the older generation have moved, are very comfortable with platforms like Facebook, and some of them have started getting into Instagram, a lot of them are not yet on TikTok, for instance. So if your product, for instance, was reaching out to those people, there are always some outliers. The minute you know who your customer is, your target audience is, and you know how they spend their time, what platforms they go, how they consume data, the kind of data or content that they consume, it makes your life a whole lot easier. If you are speaking to Gen Zs, for instance, an easy assumption would be they are on Instagram, they don't like Facebook, and they are spending all their time on TikTok as well, and that helps. So that's one. Be very clear with your customer and create content that engages with these people. As small business owners, we are always trying to sell. But social media was not designed for you to try to interrupt. Social media was designed for you to try to be part of the conversation. So even if you're going to sell your product, don't be overselling. From time to time, try to make it conversational. If you can afford it, do a freebie every now and then. One thing small businesses take for granted as well is branding. Your look and feel. 35, 40 million micro small businesses. Everybody is on social media. 50 million people on Facebook alone. How do you cut through the clutter? The content helps you, but in terms of even your visual identity, when I say visual identity, I don't mean you need to engage somebody very expensive to build you a brand identity, but let's be known. For instance, we are here, you can see there's red and white, it's consistent. Try to find that color palette that is consistent for you. Try to find your own tone, the way you speak, and be known for it. And I think finally, what small businesses don't do a lot is something that is available to them for free already. They are not listening to the data. A lot of these social media platforms you use today, a lot of these website tools that you use for your hosting, have a lot of analytics built in for free that can pretty much speak to you in plain English. It's not rocket science. Just opening up your Instagram from time to time, once a week, and looking at your insight and analytics, you can see the kind of posts that you've been making that has resonated the most. From that, you can begin to learn what kind of content your guys like. You understand? For instance, you can see if my target audience was only Lagos. From the analytics, I can see that quite a lot of people have been coming in from Abuja, from Port Harcourt, and that can also define how you post. So, yes, understand your target audience, create content that is very, very engaging, and tries to cut through the clutter. Be very consistent with your look and feel, and even your tone of voice, and learn, experiment using the data that is available to you.
Thank you, Mr. Stanislaus Martins. So to Mr. John Obaro, you rolled out digital payments at a time it was not so popular. So I'm sure you've had a front row seat to the evolution that has gone on in that space. What other enablers do you think are required to drive digitalization of businesses in Nigeria and Africa?
Thanks very much for your kind words. Although you must add that part of the penalty for coming in too early is that you have to use your hand to dig the ground in many areas. And things have become a lot easier, which is really very good. What are the kind of things that I would love to see to ensure that this really blossoms? Let's look at things like infrastructure. Well, when we talk of infrastructure, we want to look at things like broadband. I dream of a day when you really have full broadband across Nigeria, and indeed across Africa. Okay. I dream of a situation in which people would have easy access to smartphones. Just imagine if 200 million Nigerians actually have smartphones, good broadband all over the country. That will make the job a lot easier for those of us developing solutions, because that means you are developing solutions for an active and virile market, and not just for a narrow segment. And of course, you look forward to supportive government policies and regulations that really help the growth of the industry. It would also be nice in the area of collaboration. We talk of collaboration. She gave a very good example. How about also scaling that even across Africa? African countries, just imagine if we can have a United States of Africa, okay, similar regulations so that we are not over-segmented. Now you have to probably deal with like 54 different regulations. If we can find a way of bringing this together, that would also help to catalyze the growth. I know AFCTA under Afrexim Bank are doing a lot in making it easier for us to be able to trade across borders. And that's the kind of thing that I see going into the future, to make it easier for African countries to trade within ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So I'm directing this, it's a general question, but I'm going to direct it to Ms. Shei Banigbe. And that's because you've been doing e-commerce since before it was even called e-commerce. And I think that even from when you were dealing with tellers to now people paying with their cards, in the near future, what level of collaboration do you expect from SMEs and fintechs?
I mean, I love the contactless presentation that was given by the Visa VP. The level of collaboration, a lot actually. It would be great to see, to have people actually just sit back in their homes and shop. Payment is still a challenge. It's still a challenge. And that's why you have some people still have to come in physically to shop. So the ability to, would love seamless integrations with not just the websites now, with the social media platforms, with the phones, every single thing. It will be great for people, because you then encounter some people when they're shopping. Oh, I don't have a card. I can't transfer. I can't this. I can't that. And they really want to buy. We are hurting because we are losing money. The person is hurting because he wants value, but he has his phone. So, that's why I said the contactless presentation was music to my ears. We would love to see more of that, and would love. And also, I must touch on this also, loans. So the ability, you have a salary earner, he wants a glam-to-glam product. Why can't he get it even though it's the 15th of the month and he's finished the salary from the previous month? Can we have more fintech platforms connected to us so that people can buy what they want, when they want, how they want, and let there be a very strong credit system, integrated into, the shopping platforms, and everyone will be happy.
Okay, so you mentioned loans. Mr. Tunde Kehinde, how can you weigh in on that? How can the access to credit collaborate somehow with small businesses and getting their customers to pay? What do you think can happen in that space?
I mean, I think the opportunities are endless, right? I know already there are a number of fintech lenders who are focused in particular on consumer loans, right? What comes to mind for me a lot is, and I love the point that she just made around credit systems. And, because ultimately, what you're relying on is, if I give this loan to this person, is there a reasonable degree of certainty that they can pay back, right? And without access to data, without access to a prior credit history, it makes it extremely challenging, right? And that's why in my previous answer, I spoke about a value chain approach, that everybody has a role to play. The lenders have a role to play, the folks who are doing credit scoring have a role to play, the retailers also have a role to play, to say, look, there needs to be a certain level of access to data and interoperability so we can all see that this data is real. We can make a reliable credit decision, and then it's a very powerful point to make around trust and reliability. There's no point having a decision that someone qualifies for a credit and the money cannot get to the retailer, the repayment cannot be completed. It just leaves a lot of friction and lack of trust in the system. So what we've seen is the demand for credit across every sort of asset is there. Student loans, auto loans, mortgages, SME lending, consumer lending. It's a no-brainer that the demand is there. The question is going to be, is the value chain there to support that demand to make it sustainable?
Okay. So I think maybe future collaborations might need to be done with maybe a middleman to guarantee the handshake between you and the seller and the buyer, maybe Zenith Bank. Yes?
Yes.
A round of applause for all our panelists. So I have one more question, and that's back to Prince Nnamdi Eke. What opportunities exist for Nigerians within the e-commerce ecosystem?
So I think so many opportunities exist presently. We're seeing a huge uptake in social commerce, people selling on Facebook, on Instagram, and so on and so forth. And we're seeing a lot of adoption for that, because that way of shopping kind of replicates the way that we shop in an open market. Usually you have the person that you buy your meat from, the person that you buy your hair from, whatever. So that kind of replicates that kind of interaction. So we're seeing a huge wave in social commerce. And obviously with social media, it makes it easy to just open an account, start selling, start doing some digital marketing to push your products. But I think for e-commerce to get to where it should be, where Nigerians are shopping in masses online, there has to be a few things that are looked at. You have to look at like internet penetration rates, the cost of data. In Nigeria, from what I read at least, I'm not sure how accurate this data is, but it costs about $0.39 per gigabyte of data. But that makes us the 39th cheapest country for data in the world. And 39 cheapest might sound good, but it's really not so good if you look at the disposable income of the average Nigerian. You have countries like Italy that the average cost of data is like 9 cents, So we still have a long way to go, and until some of these fundamental problems are solved, and I mentioned logistics also in the past. Yes, you can open a social media store, but can your social media store start doing 1,000 orders? How do you get those deliveries? How do you deliver nationwide? How do you deliver across the globe? So, like Tunde said, there's a value chain that needs to be created. And until that value chain is created, it makes it very difficult for some of these things to happen.
Thank you for that insightful comment. This has been a high-powered panel discussion. We have room for one question from the audience. I'm sure there are so many people that would like to ask, but we'll just take one question.
We can only take one, sir. Wow. Okay, the bold man. Your name, straight to your question.
Thank you so much. My sincere appreciation to the panelists for such a very insightful presentation. Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Oladiji Michael. I lead the Formation Technology team. So my question goes thus. Okay, so the collaboration landscape keeps evolving, between the
We'd like to recognize the arrival of Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu. Please give him a standing ovation. It's the Zenith Tech Fair for 2023, and what are we doing? We're talking tech. Thank you, Mr. Governor, for being here.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm glad you got my WhatsApp message. Don't laugh. That's how we roll. Of course, this is a pleasant surprise.
He's not here alone. He's here with members of his cabinet, and we're truly excited to have him here. Thank you very much, Mr. Governor.
Thank you very much. You can take a seat, sir. Thank you very much.
We just finished a panel conversation moderated by Mr. John Obidi, and this gentleman was going to ask a question, and you'll just start again. Your name, straight to your question.
Dr. Michael Oladiji. I lead the Formation Technology team. So my question is, as the collaboration landscape evolve between fintech, e-commerce, and the SMEs, my question is, what educational initiatives or campaign can be deployed, to help SMEs make informed decision, about adopting fintech as well as e-commerce, to drive productivity as well as performance within that SME space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did we get the question? Over to you.
Okay, so I think his question is about education. Does anyone want to take that question?
I think it speaks to what I had said earlier, which is I'd spoken on the power of community. Definitely the universities, to the best of my knowledge, a lot of universities now are developing courses such as entrepreneurship, tech-related courses. That is definitely one main funnel that can be adopted to make entrepreneurs be more aware of the sort of solutions that tech can provide their businesses. But also, I'd like to reiterate the power of community. There's so many business communities, and I gave SME, the Zenith-backed SME GMB as an example, just one of the examples you have out there. There's so many entrepreneur communities where you can gain knowledge on how people are solving their own problems, and you can then adapt this to yours. Also books. There's digital books, hard copy books, but I would say we still ultimately have to depend on the educational system for that.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to the end of this panel conversation. I would like to thank our panelists, Ms. Shay Banibet, founder, Bland to Glam. Please keep clapping. Mr. John Obaro, CEO, System Specs. Mr. Stanislaus Martins, Regional Meta Director, SSA Aleph. Mr. Tunde Kehinde, MD, Lydia. And Prince Namdi, AK, CEO, Konga. My name is John Obidi.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A quick photo up, please. Can we clear the stage? You just take a quick photo up very quickly while we get the stage ready. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, that was quite enlightening, and we look forward to more of that. As you all know, we have the Zackathon coming up in a couple of minutes, but we want to take the time to call up on stage our GMD for a quick note. As you have observed, we have Mr. Governor in the house. Once again, thank you very much for taking the time to be here, sir. Yeah, it's gonna try. Hold on. Let's talk to the GMD. So I know the governor, Mr. Governor came in, and you're all so I need you to let him know what he's been missing for the last day.
1 second. Oscar,
make
one
some
second.
noise.
Can we have all panelists, please? The group managing director is joining us for a group photograph. Sorry. Please give another round of applause to all our distinguished panelists for doing justice to that conversation. Thank you very much.
So once again, don't forget the conversation is still ongoing online. For those who are joining us online, thank you very much for being part of day 2 of the Tech Fair 2023 Future Forward 3.0. We've talked about various aspects of the technology. You might be physically here today, but your mind needs to be in the future. And I think this is a very appropriate time to show our appreciation to the team at Zenith Bank for making this happen once again. Hand over to our GMD.
Are you enjoying the session today? You know, in life, certain things happen without you planning for them. When I was in secondary school, I did a bit of physics up to class 3. And one of the things I picked out of it was they say, in magnetism, that like poles repair. But in the world of innovation and digital technology, like minds attract each other. Hence today, it wasn't planned. And again, before I make that statement, you also find out that in the world of technology and digital application, one of the constants is agility. That things happen at the speed of light. Today, we have the pleasure of having Mr. Governor, the Chief Solution Architect for Lagos State. We did not extend any invitation to him, not as a result of disrespect or anything, because of his very crowded, busy schedule. But by faith, he had a program here. And the moment he heard about the fact that there is a tech fair going on being organized by Zenith, he sent a message across that he will be here. That's not enough. It's not only that. Usually when you see Mr. Governor speaking in line with normal protocol, they have to set up his podium. But in the spirit of agility, he said, no, I will use this podium. Lagos is making a difference not just in Nigeria. If you are to begin to look at the statistics, Lagos on a standalone as an economy is rated within the top 5 economies in Africa. And if you do a deeper dive into the setup and the structure of how Lagos runs, you see that at the bedrock, technology is behind it. I'm aware that they have a cabinet dashboard where everybody can monitor the progress and what each department, each section of government is doing. And there is also something, Mr. Governor, you have on the youth voucher, where there is a creation of empowerment for youth and innovative individuals who want to make a difference in the tech business. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to join me in giving Mr. Governor a standing ovation as he comes to the podium to address us. He didn't plan for today. He's coming to speak to us. So let's make it even more rousing.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Sit gallantly, you know. Sit with so much confidence. Sit with so much assurance because you are at the Zenith Tech Fair 2023. What an audience. What a time. What a moment. First, let me acknowledge the entire great leadership of Zenith Bank. From the chairman, my very good brother and friend, who I saw that he was here yesterday, to the current managing director and the entire management team of Zenith Bank for deeming it fit to continue to do this for the great tech youth population of our country. Thank you very much, Ebenezer and your team. Let me also acknowledge all of you, diverse backgrounds, that have made out the time to be here yesterday, today, and to come and resource yourselves together and think and be able to take forward all of the issues and solutions that this country truly, really needs. Let me end my protocol by just saying that I'd also seen the great things that are happening out there in the booths. And so, to say that an opportunity like this as a governor, I should never miss it. How truly delighted I am this afternoon to have bumped into an audience that is not only energetic, an audience in which solutions that will resolve a lot of our complex issues, that will help sorting and evolve a new tomorrow for our country, that are all seated here this afternoon. Let me start by saying that Lagos continues to provide that space, that opportunity that we're all craving for. What did I come here to do earlier? We just launched a Dubai Chamber of Commerce coming to do business in Lagos. They came with so many companies, and we said to them that the businesses cannot also happen if they don't open their doors to the Nigerians and to the youth and the creative industry that we have. And they have taken the point that indeed they are going to do that as soon as possible. Just yesterday again, I was graduating 4,596 youth in various skills acquisitions that we have all around the states. 4,596 of them, in which I said to them that there are no better time than now, that they can indeed write their own future by ensuring that the opportunity the state government has given to them, they can take it forward and they can run with it. And it's not a case of each time you fail, but each time you fail and you're able to get up and say that you will not be left on the floor, because indeed your future is bright, your future is smart, and you're not going to relent on it. And I imagine that's what this tech fair is all about. It's about an opportunity that Zenith has provided for all of you. It's an opportunity for you to be able to think out of the box, to be able to talk among your peers, and to be able to design that future that you want. To be able to ask yourself, what are those things that we believe will change our future for the better? What are those innovations? What are those creative things? What are those tech-related interventions that could make the world a lot more global? That Nigeria and Lagosians can indeed be players in the entire world. It's a global play now. And this is what Tech Fair, the Zenith Tech Fair has provided for you. So please, I want to enjoin all of us. Ensure that there's an active participation that you put forward. Ensure that you can collaborate, you can engage, you can ensure that you create 20, 30, 40 new friends out of an interaction and engagement like this. That you can take those engagements forward and you can share in a lot of the ideas that you have. So that you can share in a lot of the thoughts that you have. Some other person might have been doing something that you're just looking for somebody, that will help you out in an area. This is the kind of thing that this tech fair will do for you. I'm sure there's still going to be a hackathon in which there will be pitch, there will be ideas, there will be innovation, there will be conversation around ensuring that we can solve problems. I don't know how many of you were also aware that last month, the biggest tech exhibition in the world, which is called the GuideTex, right? Lagos attended very elaborately, and we took 15 tech startups from Lagos, from Nigeria. We took them to Dubai at the conference just last month. And the good news is just that we didn't just announce it, but 4 of them have gotten support that runs into tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars for them to be able to activate their businesses going forward. And my conversation with the president of the Dubai Chamber of Commerce is also to say that next year, when they're going to do another one, that they will give Nigeria a bigger platform, a bigger space, that all of you, that are in this room will be able to give you the opportunity to also come and showcase it. As I reflect on the points that are being made, even as we're closing, the conversation that I had, I saw two gentlemen there. Mr. Obaro that runs Remita, over 15 years ago, his company Remita was nowhere. But I dare say with all sense of humility that my intervention and the way in which I took his business as a commissioner at that time is one of the products that Remita is enjoying today. And so, if you reflect, because he came to me, if you think back and see, it was an idea, a solution that nobody knew about. And at that time, we could say to him that we believe this will work. We believe this is what we needed. And he was able to, as tough as it was, way back in 2005, 2006. And this is him changing the entire world today. I saw Mr. Eke as well. And I want to say also to him that with his dad, we're one of the first people that also helped Konga to be what it is today. So what I'm saying is that there are several remitters that are here in this room that we can bring about. There are several Kongas that are in this room that we can go about with what Zenith is doing for you. And what we need to live here with is to know that there's an opportunity and there's a platform. All you need is to believe in yourself, is to have a creative mind, is to say that you will not be defeated by the fact that you didn't get it right the first time. You didn't get it right the second time. For as long as you are clear in your thought, for as long as you have a sheer vision, for as long as you have a sheer passion, never give up. Never, never give up. Microsoft started in a garage. It is the biggest in the world now. Altman almost got fired 3 days ago. He almost got another job almost immediately. You know all the stories. In here are the innovators of the world. The world is waiting for you. Zenith Tech Fair has provided this platform. Go out there and let's take the opportunity and let's utilize it. I'll see you again in the Tech Fair for next year. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Mr. Governor.
You can tell with the passion with which Mr. Governor delivered this. He wasn't prepared for this occasion, but he has come here, the passion, the energy, the zeal. He's indeed a visionary leader. Give him another resounding applause. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Governor.
Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Governor, we're indeed honored that you came here and you have fired us up today. Even I'm not a Texas, but I'm now a Texas. I am fired up. I'm inspired to do better. Thank you so much. Your leadership is indeed exemplary.
And
we'll take a quick picture.
Yes, we have a quick picture. And thank you very much for responding to my WhatsApp message to come, sir.
Oscar.
Thank you, sir.
We'll
Please,
take a
can we
group
have
picture.
the
Group
GMD
Managing Director
and the Zenith ESCO, please, on the stage? You people be laughing.
All our executive committees, can we have committee members, can we have you on stage, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, please do take your seats as we will proceed with our next presentation.
And if you still feel inspired, as I am, you can give the governor another round of applause and give Zenith Bank another round of applause. We're so honored to have Mr. Governor here. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You know, the selfie challenge is still up.
Can we have the commissioners, Lagos State Honorable Commissioners that are here? We have Commissioner for Finance, for Innovation, Strategy. Can we have all our commissioners join this group picture? Thank you very much for coming here. Lagos State is ably represented today, and we are super glad for giving us a conducive environment to thrive. Thank you, Mr. Governor, for your words on a marble. We would never forget them. We are charged up, we're fired up for the future.
So we wanted to... sorry, Mr. Governor, sir. We just wanted to take a quick selfie.
One final picture, sir, with the MCs.
By the way, I've won the competition.
Let's talk tech.
Zenith Bank Tech Fair.
Let's talk tech. Please give Mr. Governor a round of applause as he exits the stage. Thank you. Thank you very much to all our honorable commissioners for being here. Thank you, Zenith Bank. If you're saying we love Mr. Governor, make it louder. We love you, Mr. Governor. Give him a standing ovation as he exits the hub, and let the applause keep going. Keep the applause. Sustain the applause. Thank you so much, Mr. Governor, Governor Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, the Governor of the Center of Excellence and the State of Aquatic Splendor. Thank you so much for being passionate about this.
And some say he's the Chief Innovative Officer of the state. Once again, thank you very much, sir, for that show of love and support, not just for Zenith Tech Fair, but for Lagosians and the tech industry at large. So this is the time where I tell you that the competition for the selfie is over, because I'm putting my picture in the entry.
Our picture. Our picture.
So we'll share what we will share. How's everyone feeling? If you're feeling good, let me hear you make some noise. So next up is our presenter. And I'd like to call him up just to give us time to settle in. We'd like some of the ESCO members back as well. So I've just also been told on a serious note that officially the selfie challenge is over, or it's closed. But please don't forget to take the time to check out the exhibitions that we have on the site as well. Okay, so our next presentation will be, sorry, in the whole excitement, I hope I've not deleted what I think I deleted. This is why you don't take selfies. Okay. Okay, got it. So it's a great pleasure to welcome on stage our next presenter. He is a technology leader who has worked on complex digital transformation initiatives spanning business process re-engineering, business operations automation, application and enterprise solutions deployment. At Microsoft, he is the client technology lead for banking and financial services organizations in the enterprise commercial segment of Africa, driving the financial services industry strategy. He works at the forefront of Microsoft's digital transformation efforts for the businesses and drive the adoption of cloud apps and infrastructure, modern workplace solutions, and enterprise business applications. Ladies and gentlemen, please do make welcome on stage the technology lead financial services, Microsoft, Wole Odeleye. Make some noise.
Hello, and good afternoon, everyone. It's unnerving when you have to speak after the governor of a state. Again, my name is Wole Odeleye, and it's a pleasure to be here. I would like to thank the leadership of Zenith Bank for inviting us to this session. All protocols observed, dignitaries from the state government and the federal government also present, and the wonderful innovators who are in this room today. It's a pleasure to be in your space, and I like to consider myself as part of your age group, so thanks again for inviting us. We have been asked to speak on the data-driven organization, and I think it's particularly important that the Zenith Bank organization picked this as a topic because of exactly how, as an organization, Zenith Bank has approached data, right? We have worked with Zenith Bank for quite a long time across their end-to-end digital transformation. And one of the things that struck me was the attitude of the leadership towards innovation. Typically, what you find in financial services across this country, and even to be fair, in my experience, most industries I've consulted for, is that it is the lower ups who have to convince the leadership to take the initiative on innovation, transformation of any sort. But within Zenith Bank, it's actually the reverse. I remembered when sometime last year, we got an unexpected email from the group MD of Zenith Bank. It was around 9 p.m. And he said, Microsoft, I want you people to come and talk to me about the cloud. And between 9 p.m. and the next day, we were scampering about trying to figure out, okay, what exactly is Zenith Bank trying to do? We knew they had started a cloud journey. We were working with them already on that. But wanted to know, why did the MD just suddenly take interest in this? We came, and right there, the Zenith Bank MD laid out his vision to us that, look, it's important that despite being probably the largest bank in this country by market capitalization, they consistently remain at the forefront of innovation and digital transformation. And it's very interesting because for you to say that you are about to become a data-driven organization, you have to understand the principles of the cloud. And those are some of the things that I am going to go into very soon. Now, first of all, I need to explain a few things. Today, the biggest rave in the world today is artificial intelligence. Everybody's talking about it. We are all big on ChatGPT today and even the new large language models that have been at play. But none of these things are new. The world has been on an AI transformation and a data transformation for at least 20 years. I know this because at Microsoft, we have been working with organizations like those of you in this room to build AI capabilities long before it even became popular in the world today. We have seen that the AI transformation didn't happen suddenly. There were some things that had been happening globally that we were not aware of, that we didn't pay attention to. The first being the explosion of data. Data exploded. Why? Because of devices, mobile devices, because of social media. And then we then saw an explosion of the use of big data for analytics and statistical modeling. Now, we are in the era of AI where every single organization today is looking to use these AI technologies to differentiate themselves. And I dare argue that for the innovators in this room, when you are building technologies for the future, it's important to realize that your ability to understand the impact that modern data services and AI has on not just your employees and your operations, but even your consumers, is what will be your major differentiator when you are requesting for investment from venture capital funds or when you are even trying to revolutionize your product. Now, moving on, something wrong with the slides. All right, can someone please help me with the slides? Now, moving on, there are a few things we've seen globally across the world today. First of all, across financial services, AI has become a predominant driver. We see organizations like Zenith Bank, for example, building digital assistants into electronic banking models and services going forward. We see customer experience transformation happening where we are using AI for the purposes of understanding consumer behavior to be able to identify the kind of products and services we position for them. All these changes are happening because the world is fast moving and we have to catch up with what the world is doing. We also need to ensure that in our decisioning, we are not basing our decision based on past ways of thinking, but we're futuristic in our thinking. We are thinking creatively around how can I leverage my data estate to be able to change the way I operate, the way I come through for my customers, and the way I operate as an organization. So what are the key things we are seeing today? The first is that AI is going to become a key driver of transformation going forward in your organization. You cannot avoid it. It will differentiate you from your competitors. Secondly, a lot of organizations today are already using AI as part of their day-to-day services. Some of the fintechs who are seated here today and some of the popular fintechs we already use today already use AI to understand the kind of products and services that are best suited for us when we open their apps. We already interact with AI when we open our Instagram and Facebook and we have targeted advertisements pushed to us. based on our browsing patterns. These things are already available today. They are not new. And then there is a massive ROI when you decide to drive robust insights across data and AI, because it is a technology and an initiative that pays for itself. And so again, I think I would really congratulate the Zenith Bank organization, because in this country, and during the period where we have partnered with them as Microsoft, they have been a forerunner in the adoption of machine learning and AI at scale to run group-wide transformation efforts. And I think we should give them a round of applause for that. Now, quickly, I'm going to speak about what we are doing as Microsoft in this space. As you are all aware, and with all the drama that played out this weekend, Microsoft is the largest player within the space of data and AI transformation in the world today. We extended our strength in that area through our partnership with OpenAI to build large language models into every single Microsoft technology that runs in the world and make it available for all our customers. We operate this as a very scalable technology stack that is available to be used in a cloud consumption format, so that organizations like you don't have to make heavy investments in sophisticated technology, sophisticated infrastructure to be able to actually begin to leverage AI in your services. And these are the kind of technologies that today, as we speak, banks like Zenith Banks, fintechs like Flutterwave are already using to enhance their competitive growth. And it's important because despite being the forerunners of both banking and fintechs respectively, they are constantly looking for opportunities to extend their competitive advantage. And that is how, as organizations, you should all think. Now, because of time, I would wrap up here. In your journey to become a data-driven organization, there are some fundamental things that are important, right? The first is executive sponsorship. Why? Because any form of innovation that plays out in any organization starts as a cultural innovation. If you embark on any form of data transformation in your organization or AI adoption, and it is not underscored by an executive commitment to truly changing the way you empower your employees, the way you transform your operations, the way you build products, or the way you deliver differentiated customer experiences, if it is not underscored by a strong executive commitment, what is likely going to happen is that these things will become academic exercises that were bound to fail. Zenith, for example, and some of the organizations we've worked with have been extremely successful because we have at the forefront, taking the initiative, sticking their necks out, the executives saying, we want to do this. We want to make this change in our organization. We want to turn the ship around to be able to deliver value to new markets. Look at how, for example, how Zenith Bank stepped up with the Africa Free Trade Agreement to say, look, we will support the African Continental Free Trade Agreement to build a platform that will connect SMEs, countries together to be able to transact easily. That is an organization that is thinking about the future, that is thinking about connecting Africa together so that people like me and you who decide that, oh, we want to spin out a fintech in future, can move our goods and services across borders without issues. That is the kind of innovation you need to think through. Secondly, is that you need to build strong foundations. It is important that when we innovate as people, as young people especially, we take a very pragmatic approach and not a bullish approach. Because in your efforts to innovate, in your efforts to change, in your efforts to adopt new technology, you shouldn't put your customers' data at risk. You shouldn't expose yourself to cybercrime. We shouldn't have situations where, because you are trying to transform, someone comes on the internet to say they've hacked your database and they post our credit cards online. Which means you need to build a robust foundation for trust, for compliance, for security, to ensure that your customers believe the true business value you are bringing to them at all costs. Thirdly, you need to now make the actual move to modernize your environment, right? Which means the way you run your services, the way you connect your applications, the way you connect your data needs to be built on modern scalable technology that allows you to grow without incurring significant overhead. And this is the area where you now need to embrace and bring to bear your strong technology talent. And you need to invest in the kind of technology talent who can actually help you harness the value of your data estates. Then, you need to integrate it into your businesses, which means you shouldn't allow innovation be limited to only one part of the business. It needs to be consistent across board so that you don't find yourself in a situation where if you are an e-commerce provider, for example, you build some of the most beautiful chatbots that man has ever known, but then your supply chain operations are on the suboptimal, like the example we heard from the MD of Conga, where your supply chain doesn't give the kind of experience that your electronic channels are giving. So consistency is important for customer experience and for employee satisfaction. And then you need to again go back to executive engagement, which is the leadership of the organization that is saying, we want to become a data-driven organization. We want to begin to embrace artificial intelligence, machine learning, analysis to drive our decision-making going forward. We must constantly come back to check ourselves. How are we doing against the ambitious goals that we have set? As a final note, as Microsoft, we are committed to partnering and working with you, just as we have worked with organizations like Zenith Bank, who have shown and demonstrated a willingness to truly change, a willingness to truly make an impact within the country and within the continent, and ensuring that our consumers, our citizens, our customers, and our government get the best kind of services from us using the most modern kind of technology available in the world. And we are willing to support you in terms of training, in terms of building your digital capability, in terms of building your technology infrastructure to make you future resilient. Thank you again for inviting us, and do have a wonderful session ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Technology Lead Financial Services at Microsoft, Mr. Wole Odeleye. Please give him another round of applause as he exits the stage. Thank you again for reiterating your commitment from Microsoft to enabling innovators and partnering with us to create a better ecosystem. Thank you. We have another presentation, and this will focus on the creative industry. Do we have anyone from the creative industry here? Signify by showing your hands, raise your hands. Creative industry? Okay, a few, great. So this conversation is focused on the impact of technology on the creative industry. And right after this, we will go into the pitching session. So just to quickly announce that for everyone who is participating in the hackathon, you have to be to my right. So you have to sit on the third and fourth rows here, just be to my right. That's where you would get up from and come to the stage for your presentation. I'll be introducing the founder and chief executive officer of Cinemax Distribution Limited. He has over 21 years business management, entertainment, advisory, and entrepreneurship experience. He also has 10 years in the financial and investment banking sector. He'll be delivering the next presentation on the impact of technology on the creative industry. Please give a warm round of applause as we now receive Mr. Okwe Ajayi, the founder and chief executive officer of Cinemax Distribution Limited. We can't deny that technology has impacted all industries. There is no industry that is left behind. So he'll be talking to us on the impact of technology on the creative industry. Welcome him with a warm round of applause. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Okwe Ajayi. It's great to be here, and thank you to Zenith Bank, the management and board for inviting me to this tech fair. When I posted that I was going to be speaking at this tech fair, a number of people asked me if I was now in tech. So my favorite answer was, is Zenith Bank a tech company now as well? So if Zenith can have a tech fair, then I can speak at a tech fair. So it's great to be here. As was said earlier, my name is Okwe Ajayi. I'm a distributor, I'm a producer. I also have experience working in cinemas. So pretty much I say that I've worked across the value chain, and I do work across the value chain of the film business. I'm also the national president of the Cinema Exhibitors Association of Nigeria. Okay, it looks like some of my slides are not very clear, but I was going to speak on the impact of entertainment, impact of technology on entertainment. And this slide is supposed to have some pictures, which hasn't quite come out. But entertainment is very broad. Content, games, music, sports, and incidentally, we heard a bit about music earlier. But I'm going to narrow in really into content. Again, for some reason, some of the slides are not showing very well. I'm going to speak a lot about content and talk about how content has been affected over the years. So this slide is supposed to have an image of a film that has just been produced. Oh dear. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and speak about, even though you can't see the image on this, the image that is on the picture. So 15 years ago, if you produced a film in Nigeria, typically what you will do is, you had the option of going to cinemas, but you also had the option of DVD. DVD was probably one of the biggest the biggest markets at the time. You would typically go and buy a DVD player and play your DVD at the house. That was the biggest routes to market 15 years ago. Today is very different, and today you have, I think the major difference is video on demand, okay? So today you have films going on streaming platforms. I'm sure everyone has a mobile phone or has Netflix or Prime or YouTube, as the case may be. So you've had different versions of video on demand. You have transactional video on demand, you have streaming video on demand, and that has revolutionized the film business significantly. So I'm just going to speak about 5 areas where the industry has been affected significantly. The first area is unleashing creativity. Technology has affected our routes to market, but has also affected even more the way films are produced, okay? Now we have local films. Today we're producing films that are action films. It's all a function of technology. It's a function of how films have been able to evolve. So unleashing creativity, you can pretty much do anything you think of in today's world, in today's market. And that has been shown in the course of the year with films produced in Nigeria trending across the world. Production values have increased significantly. Technology has affected the quality of our production. You have VFX, you have all sort of special effects that go into making films today. And that has made a massive impact on the types of content we're able to produce. Distribution, which I think is perhaps the biggest change, when you look at how things were 10 years ago or 15 years ago. Today, like I said earlier, everyone has access to streaming platforms, whether it's Netflix, whether it's Prime, or whatever, or YouTube, as the case may be. That's pretty much one of the ways in which people consume content that wasn't there before. Now, this has created an entire new ecosystem and an entire economy, for filmmakers and for content makers. It's also improved audience engagement and personalization. I spoke about that as well with using telephones and different platforms in which you're able to consume content. And I think one of the most important things in what technology has done is opened up an entire new world of revenue generation. Back in the day, I remember a few filmmakers, when they make films in Nigeria and they sell it in DVD, they will take it abroad and go and sell at carnivals. That's what we're doing 10, 15 years ago. Today, you can, from the comfort, after producing a film that you find that is, depending on the quality, you can release globally. Earlier in the year, we saw films like Black Book and films like Gangs of Lagos, which were trending in 20, 30 countries across the world. What this means is that content makers can earn money locally, they can earn money internationally, and that changes the game. It also means that a lot of investments can go into production. So because now the revenue capacity is significantly improved. Now, the other side of the coin, is, if with everything that is positive, there are also the negative sides of things. And some of the other side of the coin, which is the first thing, is piracy. Piracy remains a major scourge. Just the same way, content is readily available online, there are also people who are able to pirate the film, and it impacts the revenue generation. And, I think perhaps this is one of the places to also mention why the telcos are not doing a bit more in this area, because there are websites that are dedicated to pirating films and releasing those films. Surely the telcos should be able to identify those websites and perhaps with a bit more coordination, be able to tackle this issue of piracy. Competition is very fierce, just just the same way it's now a global market. As you're producing content in Nigeria, people are producing in Korea, they're producing in Thailand, all over the world. So it's a global competitive space now. It also means that skill development needs to be much better, because as with new technology, you need to learn how to use the technology and learn how to apply it to your films, to your distribution, and so on and so forth. There's an illusion of opportunities. Sometimes when the options seem so much, it then appears that there's so much, but in reality, perhaps a lot of times, those of us who are in the content business, when we're producing, you need to have a target to exactly who your target market is and where those targets, where they consume the content, because not everybody consumes content in the same way. So it's important to be able to dissect that. And finally, a point on artificial intelligence, which is like the buzzword now, and everything, technology, everyone is talking about artificial intelligence. I think if you're following our industry over the last year or so, you've heard about strikes in Hollywood. And one of the things that has, beyond obviously earning more, one of the things that has been extremely pertinent in the discussions were the impact of AI on jobs. So while before, if you have the voice of somebody, if you have my voice, if you need me to do a script, you need me to come physically. But with AI, you don't need me physically anymore. What it means is if you have my voice, you can actually just, superimpose it on a movie. And that's a real issue, which, contracts and discussions have been going on resolving. So that's, this is the other side of it. I think in conclusion, technology has significantly affected the film business, the content business, affected how films are made, affected how content is consumed, and also affected how content is monetized. Very important, it's opened an entire new world of revenue monetization, and creates a world of opportunities for Nigerians in the content business that can literally become global, once you produce the right content, and you have your right target market. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okwe Ajayi. I'm going to ask that we applaud him one more time. Thank you. We're now approaching the highlight of today, and I'm excited. I'm looking forward to this particular segment because we have gotten to the Zenith Hackathon pitch session. If you are as excited as I am, please make some noise. Do we have all our participants on this side? If you are participating, let me see you wave your hands. They're backstage already, perfect. They're ready for the pitch. They will be presenting on their innovative ideas. I am looking forward to listening to these change makers, the change agents who will redefine the future, just like the governor has charged us. There's a lot that is embedded in each and every one of us, but these few ones here today will be pitching to our estimable panel of judges who will also come up very shortly. Oscar.
Yes. So just to give everyone a sense of why this is so important, I would like us to turn our attention to the multimedia screen and just to lay the foundation for why we are here. This is what happened last year.
From inception in 1990, under the astute leadership of our founder and now chairman, Dr. Jim Ovia, CFR, technology was and remains one of the three pillars on which the Zenith Bank brand was built, the other two being people and service.
We will encourage our youth to come up with various technologies, with various innovations that they have that's disruptive, that will change the old ways of doing things to embrace new ways of the direction of the world economy. Talking about artificial intelligence, talking about various forms of creativity, big data, and so on and so forth. Blockchains, and we have so many well-trained youth, well-trained Nigerian engineers, IT practitioners that we need to continue to encourage.
We are in the period of possibility, and if you are to see the top 10 companies in the world, they are companies who have transformed their businesses with digital technologies, or companies that are indeed in the tech business. So we are happy to tell people that we have transformed from being a bank to a technology company with a banking license.
John Chambers of Cisco, he said that 40% of startups will die in the next 10 years if they do not incorporate technology in their business model. Very insightful, very important. You see, that underscores the importance of technology in everything we do. If you don't incorporate technology, you face extinction. There's no doubt about that.
This belief that technological advancement and innovation are prerequisites for societal growth is the reason why Zenith Bank PLC continues to support tech-based initiatives that create enabling environments for young Nigerians to showcase their solutions. One of such initiatives is the Zenith Bank Annual Tech Fair. Currently in its third year, the Zenith Bank Tech Fair is made up of three distinct components. 1. An annual Zekathon. The annual Zenith Bank Zekathon is an open competition where tech enthusiasts and startups present their ideas to a special group of judges in a bid to win grants and other forms of support from the bank. 482 entries were received during the 2022 Zekathon, with 10 persons or companies winning prizes ranging from 1 million naira to 20 million naira.
My name is Babajide Oluwaseyi. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Eco2. At Eco2, we design, we develop, and deploy a suite of solar-powered cold chain solutions, specifically targeting businesses in the agriculture and health value chain. We provide them 100% solar-powered cold rooms as key food points, added logistics services, and also our tech-enabled inventory management solutions. The 20 million naira cash prize enabled us to complete a very milestone project, which is the Mile 12, the solar-powered cold room stationed at the Mile 12 food market. And yes, that's been fantastic. So budding startups and entrepreneurs, just start, and please don't hesitate to look for help. And Zenith Bank is saying, hey, we're here, we're giving you money, we're giving you support, we're giving you access, we're giving you every possible thing that you need to take your business off. So please, what do you stand to lose again? Give it a shot.
My name is Tomokola Ole, and I'm a co-founder and CEO at Ripple. Ripple pretty much is a startup that helps Africans in diaspora gain easy access to financial services like cross-border payments, bank accounts, and credits. It's pretty much an amazing experience for us in view of the fact that we got access to mentorship, access to a couple of extra support from Zenith Bank. And even after the program, over time, we got the opportunity to start piloting some of our products with Zenith Bank. I would like to say a very big thank you to Zenith Bank, the MD, the EDs, the directors, the general managers and AGMs. They were pretty much awesome. The support, the receptiveness was really great for us, and most importantly, the guidance and the access to the capital and every other thing that we needed to move to the next phase was really helpful in helping us to scale.
My name is Gladys Marikwe. I am the CEO and co-founder at Base. Base is an on-demand booking platform for co-working spaces. And we're on a mission to ensure that business owners and career professionals are making the most of their daily productive hours. And we're doing this by providing them access to safe and convenient co-working spaces within walking distance of their immediate environment. This Zekathon was really, really great for my business. And the money that was given was able to help me build my business further, which my business really needed at that point. I just want to say thank you so much to Zenith Bank. And if you're here, I think you should plug in to the various helps that they have made available.
My name is Uwe Vincent Edigan, CEO and co-founder at Greenbee.com. Greenbee is helping SMEs grow by giving them access to all the digital and financial resources they need to succeed, all in one place. So 2020 started with a bang because of the whole vibes of the Zekathon.
My name is Kenneth Chukundunwa. I'm the CTO and co-founder of Tyler EV. Tyler EV is an EP fintech platform that provides financing for businesses and individuals to acquire electric vehicles. With the price point we got from Zekathon 2.0, which is last year, 2022, we were able to launch our battery swapping service, which not only cut down the burden of our clients spending hours to recharge their vehicle, but also propelled us further in our venture. I must say that Zenith Bank killed it by providing such a great opportunity by the platform, the Zekathon, which is nurturing aspiring startups like us into the ecosystem. I will tell you for free that Zenith Bank is actually here for you, here for everyone. You can actually walk into any Zenith Bank branch and present your ideas to them, and trust me, they'll come through for you. They are ready to invest in startups with great innovation to promote the tech industry in Africa. I want to say a very big thanks to Zenith Bank for providing such an opportunity like the Zekathon, which helped us as an aspiring startup to get out there and get into the industry.
The second Zenith Tech Fair component are presentations, sessions, and masterclasses by leading tech experts to share knowledge and information about emerging trends and their impact within our climb. Speakers during the previous editions include Brett King, founder Marvin, author Bank 4.0.
But banks are going to be AIs in the 2050s, potentially, running these markets. And markets will have AIs, and the regulator will have an AI, and the government potentially will be an AI for managing different resources and things like that.
Tariq Alatovic, senior partner McKinsey.
If you look at the US top companies, the top 5, they're all tech companies. The value, the market cap of those 5 is actually greater than all of European and UK stocks together.
Juliet Ehimwa, former director of West Africa at Google.
It might interest you to know that your mobile phone today, a device that fits in your pocket, has more computing power than the technology that put a man on the moon in 1969. That is how far technology has advanced.
Ola Williams, country manager, Microsoft Incorporated.
We record transactions, we apply security of one form or the other, but real time is what makes a blockchain really different.
Olubenga Agbola, CEO, Flutterwave.
We fintech sometimes think we are in the business of technology, but it's not true. We're in the trust business, right? And if that trust factor is not there, partners will work.
Tosin Eniolorunda, Managing Director, MoneyPoint.
Team App has enjoyed fantastic partnerships with our banking customers, and it is something that we intend to keep and nurture for quite a bit of time. And in my experience, technology risk are some of the biggest impediments.
Rekiat Mohammed, CISO, Central Bank of Nigeria.
Really, you can sit from home, your home, with the high-tech banks such as Zenith and transfer money to anybody, almost anywhere. But we thought we should still introduce a central bank digital currency to support that ecosystem.
The third Zenith Tech Fair components are exhibitions by leading tech companies. to showcase innovation and cutting-edge new technologies. 60 companies exhibited their offerings and solutions during the 2022 Tech Fair. According to Dr. Ebenezer Onyagu, the GMD CEO of Zenith Bank PLC, the bank will continue to be at the forefront of technological empowerment by hosting future editions of the Zenith Bank Tech Fair, amongst other initiatives, to give Nigerians currently under the age of 30 years opportunities to showcase game-changing ideas that will shape the future. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2023 Zenith Bank Tech Fair.
Okay, if you're clapping, make it louder. Thank you. And now the moment we have all been waiting for. It's time for the hackathon. If you're excited, make some noise. Wow.
Wow.
No.
This is not what I agreed though.
If you're excited that you're about to listen to some of the game changers in Nigeria and Africa, make some noise.
There we go. So we're going to call up our judges and, of course, basically give you the foundation of why we're here and what we're looking at. And basically, it's going to be a lot of fun over the next hour or so.
All right, join me in welcoming our first judge, the regional lead data and AI at Microsoft Nigeria, Damilare Shitu. A round of applause as we invite Damilare Shitu upstage. He'll take a seat here. We also have the head digital factory at Zenith Bank, Onwudiwe Okeke. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you.
Closely followed by the senior investment associate, Ventures Platform, in the person of Dolapo Morgan. Thank you very much for being part of this. And Amaka Okechukwu Opara, the founder or founding partner, Weave, which is a former private sector specialist of the World Bank. Thank you for being here as well. So as you well know, this process is a very long and tedious one in terms of shortlisting. So I would like to call from SeedStars. She's the program manager at SeedStars. Now, SeedStars, they're a global startup community on a mission to impact people's lives through technology and entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, please do make welcome Daniela Charles.
Good day, everyone. Can you hear me? Daniela. Yes, this way. Okay, cool. All right, good day, everyone. I'm Daniela Charles. I'm a program manager at SeedStars, and we have collaborated with Zenith Bank to execute the Hackathon 3.0 this year. We did the same thing last year, and we'll also be executing the follow-on program. I'm just going to share a bit about our screening process for the Hackathon 3.0 finalists. First, we assess the strength of the team. As you would know, passionate and skilled individuals are the backbone for any successful venture, regardless of the industry. Second, we focused on the product innovation and technology. We wanted to look for ideas that have the potential to revolutionize industries in Nigeria. Third, the product market fits. We want to see how well the product aligns with the market needs and demands. And finally, scalability. We're seeking solutions that have the potential to grow and make a lasting impact on a global scale. So the 10 participants that we've chosen today were selected out of over 500 applications that we received, and they all went through a thorough screening process to ensure that we picked the absolute best of the best. They will be winning 20 million naira, 15 million naira, and 10 million naira for the first 3 prizes, and the 4th to 10th position will receive 2 million naira each. So we're excited. Yes, we are excited to witness the incredible innovations that will unfold on this stage today. And I want to say good luck to all the participants, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniela Charles. Give her a round of applause. That's the programs manager at SeedStars. And now.
So it's time to meet our 10 finalists. The rule, very simple. They have a total of 7 minutes, 4 minutes for presentation and 3 minutes for the Q&A. They will make their way to the center stage, and we will prompt them and the clock will count down from 4 minutes, not a second more. Just to show some love to them and encourage, please, I want us to give a resounding round of applause to all our finalists for making it this far. Let the Zekathon begin. Who do we have first up?
The first presentation is coming from EduPoint. A round of applause for EduPoint as he comes up stage for his presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause. They represent the best of the best and the future of technology, not just in Nigeria, but in the world. Please, let's show them a lot of love. Once again, a round of applause to EduPoint. Please signify when you're ready. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, judges. Good afternoon, all. As someone who have had a first-hand educational challenges from primary to secondary and tertiary level, one thing that was common at these levels of my education was the challenges with having access to quality resource materials. With the overwhelmingly classically densely population, coupled with the way students are learning, has led to a massive failure rate from 20% to 40% in the past few years. But that is not the problem. There are thousands of many tutors who have this skill, but do not have a platform to connect and earn. This is where EduPoint comes in. My name is Oscar Obiora Udebwana, and I'm the CEO and the co-founder of EduPoint. EduPoint leverages on technology to connect well-vetted learners, to help these learners meet their learning expectations while creating a source of income and livelihood for the tutors. According to the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, there are more than 200 million Nigerians. More than 50% of these people cannot meet their learning expectations. Not talk about the 40.1% that are unemployed. This is a huge problem. But where people see problem, we see opportunities. Which is why in the past 3 years, EduPoint has grown from just 50 learners to over 33,000 learners. We are currently in 120 public schools and 30 private schools, and we have just got started. But this achievement cannot be possible without the support of the team with over 20 years combined experience and a very strong social governance from our board advisors. Yes, I would be lying to you if I say we don't have competitors. I'll be lying to you if I say that we are the first to be in market. But where we take our solace and refuge is the fact that for us at EduPoint, we leverage the power of technology. We are able to make our outcome for our students achievable. We are also creating an employment, and the part our competitor has left, we have taken that part, which is private-public partnership, which has helped us scale, make learning accessible to many people. Africa is in dire need of 16.3 million teachers, according to UNESCO. But our current institution cannot support this. With this prize money, we'll be able to decentralize the teachers' training curriculum, improve positive access to many people to have access to this quality education, and more importantly, expand our operations to other cities and locations where we currently have this problem. And I know I can count on your support. And I know with this, we can be able to make education accessible and affordable to the last mile. Just in the word of Nelson Mandela, and he said, if you want to develop a nation, a country must invest in education to take that country out of poverty. Join us as we revolutionize the way people are learning, as we also create income for many people in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, can we have 3 minutes on the clock for the question and answer?
Hello. Thank you for this wonderful speech. I want to confirm, how do you validate the quality of materials you make available to your learners?
Thank you so much, sir. We have a team of curriculum specialists that is geared to build our learning curriculum. So by our work we do, we create curriculum and we have vetting experts who look through this curriculum to ensure that it complies with the standard. What we are trying to do is to improve, not replace the current educational system. And as well, for our tutors to learners, for the home learning category, we have a background check partnership with a company that helps to vet the background of these tutors we deploy to the platform.
Thank you. How much do you charge per tutoring session?
EduPoint is very affordable. With our private and public partnership, we charge as low as $1, which is equivalent to 1,000 naira now, because for us to scale, the price has to come down. And that cannot be possible without private and public partnership, which is where our competitors have actually left behind. So for us, we go into partnership like LSTF, GIZ, and even the recent Eco-Digital project we did, where we trained over 30,000 learners in public school, was made effectively because of private-public partnership. That would have been expensive, but with government intervention, it was affordable and cheaper for the last mile.
Thank you. What else would you say differentiates you from your competitors, aside from like partnerships with government agencies?
Yes, I would be lying if I say we are the first to be in market. But where we take that refuge is the fact that we have been able to scale our operations through leveraging technology. And more importantly, we've built our curriculum used by Nigerians, for Nigerians, by Nigerians, and also in Africa. Most of the other competitors use borrowed curriculum, but we have built our own curriculum to ensure that we're able to interact with the people within that location. For example, Nigeria. I'm going to play a 1-minute video if I have a time, just to show you the work we have done so far.
I think EduPoint is a wonderful platform.
I want to say thank you to EduPoint for your commitment to excellent education.
I must thank LSTF and the coordinators for the fun we've had from trainings.
EduPoint has moved from just being an home lesson provider to now a pioneer in STEM training in school.
Being the headline sponsor was quite critical for us because we want to have a good number of students this time around to strive for the best.
We are appreciating EduPoint for the good work they've done.
And I also like to thank EduPoint. And I also thank EduPoint.
I also want to thank EduPoint for giving us this opportunity.
Need to study? Log on to EduPoint to find subjects for kids, teens and adults.
Okay, we'll need to stop the video. You
Welcome
had 2
to
minutes
EduPoint Learning, where learning is fun.
Thank you very much. We had 2 minutes for his Q&A, 1 minute for his video. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to EduPoint.
Thank you.
And coming up next, we have Triba Pay. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome Triba Pay on stage.
Once again, you have 4 minutes for your presentation, 3 minutes for the Q&A. Signify when you are ready, and we will start the clock. Center stage, please. Are you ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
4 minutes on the clock, please.
All right, good afternoon, everyone.
No, hold on. 4 minutes on the clock, please. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. How many of you have been to Ghana recently? Have you been to Ivory Coast recently? Have you been to Kenya? So, if you go across African countries, you will find out that payment is very different across countries. In Nigeria, for example, most of us have bank accounts and we use our bank accounts daily. But if you cross the border and go to a place like Ghana, you will quickly find a massive difference in how they pay. They use mobile money, SIM cards, Momo, to collect payments. Right? If you go to Kenya, M-Pesa, and just like Mr. John Obaro was saying, though Africa is one continent, it's really fragmented. Payments in Africa is really fragmented, right? Collecting money in Africa can be really painful. And if you're a business person doing business in Nigeria, because you use bank accounts mostly, like Zenith, and the customer uses Momo, most likely in Ghana, if you want to expand to Ghana or Ivory Coast, you will find a massive problem trying to expand your business. So what did we do with TribalPay? We solved for that, right? TribalPay is this wonderful platform where whether you use Momo, that's mobile money, your SIM card to collect money, or you use bank accounts primarily, like in Nigeria here, or whatever means of payment you use, you can use TribalPay to send and collect money. TribalPay has integrated both Momo and normal bank accounts in Nigeria into one platform. So you can expand your business and you can send money within African countries, right? So we have it for businesses, payment links for businesses, and then we have it for consumers, right? You can just send money from your bank account in Nigeria directly to Momo in Ghana, right? And then of course we issue dollar cards, right? So how big is the market? $900 billion, how much e-transactions happen in Nigeria? We're currently just in Ghana, we're expanding to other African countries, and $200 billion worth of Momo transactions happen in Ghana. 65 million people use e-transactions in Nigeria, and 20 million people use Momo in Ghana. Momo is very big in Ghana. So who is the team working on it? Myself, I have 8+ years experience in marketing, digital marketing. I actually started a company before and sold to another company called Our Pass. My co-founder has 8+ years experience in banking infrastructure in Ghana, and he also was my co-founder when we sold our company to Our Pass. TribalPay, you look at the people that are competing, or you would randomly think Flutterwave or Paystack should have done this. But it turns out when you open your Flutterwave or Paystack checkout, it doesn't work, right? You're not going to see Momo from Nigeria, and you're not going to see bank accounts from Ghana. So we did it, and it worked seamlessly from TribalPay, and we settled the merchant instantly on the same day, while Flutterwave and Paystack might settle 2 days, T+1, T+2, right? We profit from conversion, and we also collect a transaction fee. We've processed more than $20 million, more than 700K unique transactions, more than 500K in revenue, more than 78,000 people use our platform. And we would just like to, whatever we get from this, we'll use it to expand our business and enrich more lives, enrich more businesses across Africa, and make it more connected. Thank you very much.
What are the currencies supported by the platform?
Today we have just Naira, Ghana cedis. Obviously we have US dollars in between this as well, because USD, in the overflow of the back end, we have to work with USD. And then we're going to francs as well. We're going to Benin Republic as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What sets cash being apart from other solutions, existing solution out there?
TribalPay.
Yes, in terms of speed of processing of transactions,
yeah.
in terms of quality of services.
Yeah.
What sets you apart from
our infrastructure? We actually have a partnership with the country indigenously, so we don't run on anybody's infrastructure in Nigeria. Say another someone that's providing the infrastructure APIs for this. So we went to Ghana, and we have a partnership with a bank in Nigeria and a partnership with API banks and MTN and Co. in Ghana. So we build the infrastructure ourselves. So we control everything. So one of the problems of infrastructure is if you don't build it, you might have like issues controlling with another party and all that. So that's one of the reasons why we're able to do this faster.
Thank you. Then in terms of backups for failures, in terms of the banks you partner with.
Okay.
When there is failures and you need to fail over, what are plans do you have there to make sure customers are having a smooth experience?
Sorry, banks in Nigeria or?
Both bank in Nigeria and Ghana. What is your backup plans or what is your failover plans for?
We do have a fallback bank, right? We work with 2 banks, but that's as advanced as the infrastructure has gotten to, right? So if one of the banks is not working, we have a switchover bank, but then that's about it. Obviously that's where what we can do, right? We have 2 banks that we work with. If one goes, we switch to the other. That's the reality of today.
And when you spoke about your competitors, so
Yeah.
like the likes of Flutterwave, is what you're building similar to like a Send by Flutterwave? And how do you see
So-
yourself maybe winning from a marketing point of view,
Yeah.
given that you're a newer entrant?
Yeah, we see it in two ways, surely. There's a slide that we said for businesses, right? The first thing is collection. Where Flutterwave and Paystack lead is business collection, right? And so they are leading indigenously in collection. But when we talk of cross-border, merchants drive a large chunk of cross-border transactions, right? Africa needs to be connected in terms of doing business. So we see ourselves first from a merchant standpoint, and then with obviously the infrastructure that works for businesses works for consumers as well. So it can work for both people. But we definitely see ourselves first from a merchant standpoint, yeah.
Sorry, who's your target customer? So how do you acquire customers? And to ask his question and get an answer, what's your current failure rate in terms of the payment?
All right, so how do we see who's our target customer? A person living in Ghana can use TriberPay fully, like with Momo, right? Even if you're not sending money across borders. If you're in Nigeria, you can use TriberPay without sending money across borders. So we first built it from ground up as if it was two independent countries. So our target customers are primarily, again, businesses who live either in Ghana or in Nigeria trying to do business cross-country. And of course, other African countries as time goes on.
Okay.
The second question was that.
So sorry, TriberPay. Thank you so much.
Thank
The
you.
time's up. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And to our judges, please, can we have your goose mics a bit closer to you so we can hear your questions? And to our contestants, please wait to be queued in for the Q&A and for your presentation. Mujibari, who do we have next?
Coming up next, we have Sink. Give a round of applause to Sink as she comes off stage for her presentation.
Hi, everyone. It's
Sorry,
lovely to meet
hold on, Sync. We're not in sync. Sorry. So I'm going to cue you in for your time. The clock will come up at 3 minutes, which shows you have 3 minutes left. You spent 1 minute. I wish you all the best. Your time starts now.
Hi, everyone. It's lovely to meet all you beautiful people. Kristen and I, along with Aminat, we worked with various MSMEs. And in the line of that, like working with MSMEs, we discovered that these MSMEs had like a lot of problems that needed solving. And that's why we decided to build Sync. Sync is a B2B SaaS collaboration tool that combines all the critical functions of tax management, milestone tracking, and talent management all in one platform, while letting you save costs, reduce your stress, and also manage your team effectively. We are trying to solve the problem of affordability, the problem of not being able, existing tools not being able to adapt to these MSMEs. And we also discovered that there's been a lack of productivity on the side of these emerging markets, as we discovered that they lose over $100 billion annually due to these issues. Now, did you know that over 100 million businesses in Nigeria currently are struggling with productivity? And did you know that the global market for productivity tool, based on conservative estimates, is around $6.9 billion? Imagine that. How do we make money? We make money through this subscription. The major type of subscription is the tier subscription, where we charge a market entry price of $10. We also make money from commissions on integrated payment solutions, as well as advertisements when project owners decide to boost their project for visibility. Our track record. We are duly registered in the United States, as well as registered with the CAC in Nigeria, with business presence in Ghana, Kenya, and South Africa. We have over 2,000 users in betas, and due to existing talks with our partners, ESOs, and signed LOIs, we currently have about 420 in the pipeline. We have a team of we have a founding team of 3 amazing women. Christine, who focuses on the product and strategy, Aminat, who focuses on compliance and finance, and myself, operations design. And we are backed by a team of seasoned advisors whose expertise range from finance, project management, strategy, as well as finance and compliance. Now, why, you might ask us why now, right? There's a huge market opportunity for Sync to change the way or revolutionize the way businesses operate. And come to think of it, Christine, Aminat, and I, we come from different backgrounds, and trust me, we are well knowledgeable enough to know that these problems that MSMEs face can be solved using Sync. If you want to increase the productivity of your team, Sync is the solution for you. Thank you.
Well done. So sorry, judges. Please, can we have 3 minutes on the clock for the Q&A?
Thank you for the presentation. Can you kindly clarify the number of paying customers you currently have?
Currently, we have 1,300 and maybe 2-3 customers, paying customers.
Paying $10 a month?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Both small businesses and the talents on the platform.
And how do you market to these businesses, and what's the ideal profile of the businesses that you target?
Okay. Currently, how we get our leads for the platform, we work with, as I said before, we work with ESOs, enterprise supporting organizations, orbs, and also banks as well to get these leads. And when we see, when there are events where we have like startups that actually need our product, we offer a freemium to them, and then we try to convert them to paying customers from there.
All right, thank you. How does Sync enhance collaboration and communication, especially for remote working teams?
Funny you'd ask, because Sync was actually made for remote teams. Sync helps you manage your tasks. So on Sync, you have to create a project. And when you create that project, you assign different subtasks, a big task, broken down into different subtasks, and you assign them to your teams. You set deadlines, and each of your tasks has milestones that you must meet with very strict deadlines. It also has an in-app lending feature where you can communicate effectively with your team, exchange messages, no need to go to WhatsApp, using emails. Everything is all in one platform.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sync. Coming up next, we have Juvelin. Please give a round of applause as we welcome Juvelin upstage. Same rules apply. You have 4 minutes for your presentation and 3 minutes for questions and answers. When the timer comes up, know that you have 3 more minutes left. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Juvelin, let me know when you're ready.
Hello, I'm ready.
Your time starts now.
All right. Good day, everyone. I'm Kingsley from Juvelin, and we are building an e-commerce solution for women-owned businesses selling on social media. 4 years ago, in 2019, a young woman from Bayelsa State named Tari was hopeless. She just had a baby out of wedlock at age 17. Her parents are so poor, and they didn't have much to support her. She had to drop out of school with 0 income earning skills. 2 years later, in 2021, Tari started selling on social media via Juvelin dropshipping. She reposts products from other suppliers, and then when customers buy from her, she removes her profit, and then she gives the cost price to the supplier, who in turn delivers the product. Fast forward to the present day, Tari has become a supplier herself. Tari has become a supplier herself. She has 42,000 followers on Instagram and 12,000 followers on our Telegram channel, who also do dropshipping for her. Tari also has a mini warehouse in Yenegua, Bayelsa State, and is now helping other businesses to grow. Women like Tari and 33 million other women are the new face of social media supply chain. They are the new frontier, and it's being led by women-owned businesses. The problem is, these women are trying to grow their businesses on social media, but they don't have the requisite technology or tools to grow. For instance, they have to reply to DM messages every day before customers could pay, because social media has no payment integration. They also have to repost products and content to up to 6 social media channels daily, which is very stressful. And worst of all, their transaction data cannot be leveraged for business loan because it's scattered across various social media. This is the social media dashboard of a seller like Tari. She had to reply to over 3,000 messages, inbox calls, and all of that from WhatsApp, Telegram, and Instagram in order to make sales. Juvelin is helping women like Tari to ease their businesses. What we do for these people is that we help them open e-commerce websites that connect to a pipeline that enable them sell across all social media and collect orders via a single inbox. We are also helping them automate product posting and content creation across all these social media so that they don't have to repeat posting to 6 social media channels daily. We are also connecting them to loan APIs and pre-qualifying them for loans so that they can access growth loans and grow their businesses. Our mission is to connect these fempreneurs to a crop of business growth tools that will help them grow their businesses, like payment, loan, advertising, even to other social media channels. We are not close to achieving our goals yet, but currently we have made a lot of progress. We started in 2021, and by October, we've reached $42,000. We've reached $24,000 in gross merchandise value. By October 2023, we have reached $630,000 in gross merchandise value. That's about 250,000% in growth. Also, in actual revenue, we've grown over 5,000% to about $40,000 this year, which is over 5,000% from where we started in $700 in 2021. We are a 3 co-founder team with 4 women and
sorry, your time is up. My apologies. Can we have 3 minutes on the clock for the Q&A?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. I want to get insight on your team. What experience and knowledge is the founding team brings to the team?
Okay. I myself, for instance, I worked over 13 years and schooled in these underserved communities and led a consumer product in places like Niger Delta communities, and I understand the pains and feelings and all of these people. Lucky, who is our head of sales, have also been involved in reselling and supplying all through our undergraduate days till current day. And Yusuf, who is our tech lead, grew up with a mother who is also a supplier and grew from the retail stage. So we are deeply connected to this problem, and we also have working understanding of all of this. Plus, all of these years that we've been on this, we've also done comprehensive research, including our days at Mest Africa in Accra, Ghana, where we are constantly involved in user research.
Okay, so why women specifically for what you're building?
Okay, first of all, like I said, Yusuf's mother is involved in this, and this gives us that connect. Apart from that, I do have a lot of followers on my social media who are mostly women. If you check the social media supply chain, especially on Instagram, Facebook, you'll see that it's dominated by women. As a startup, you can't pursue everybody. You have to focus on who you will really impact and impact directly. It's easy to find events where women programs are gathered, and then we can train them there and then acquire them. So we are focusing on them. Plus, the poverty gap with women is very large, and we're trying to close that. So yeah, that's why we're focusing on women.
How do you make money? And then the second part is, how many women have you onboarded on your platform so far?
Okay. Our core product itself is free of charge, but we charged about 2% transaction fee for every transaction on the platform. That is the primary way we make money. Then there are other SaaS features that we've been working on, which we intend to charge about $5 or 5,000 naira per month in order for them to get more features and more services from us.
How many women do you have on the platform?
Currently, we have up to 5,000 active users, suppliers and retailers put together.
Thank you. Given the sensitivity of financial transactions, what measures are you taking to ensure data privacy and security of your users?
Okay, we have integrations with some key financial players in the sector, and we are still working to integrate some more financial players. We have at least 2 service level agreements signed with core fintech players and banks within Nigeria, and then we are still doing more to do that. So payment is processed by the professionals while we handle the solution of the core problem.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jovelin. A round of applause to Jovelin.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your time is now up. Please exit the stage as we now make welcome the next speech presentation brought to us by Fruitify. Give a warm round of applause as we make welcome Fruitify.
Welcome, Fruitify. Please, can we have you center stage? Just nod when you're ready. Your time starts now.
Many Nigerians are one health challenge away from financial bankruptcy. In fact, if you're a Nigerian, chances are you'd only be able to live up to age 53 before the fear of death comes calling. I know what you're thinking. I'm not the messenger of doom. But that fact right there is what the brilliant guys at the World Bank thinks. What do I think? I think every Nigerian, regardless of gender, religion, material status, or education, deserve access to live as long as they want to. Beyond the length of days, I think every Nigerian should be given access to live a quality life. It will interest you to know that 70% of the death in Nigeria is actually preventable. That's why I and myself and a multidisciplinary team of Fruits are building Fruitify, a consumer healthcare platform democratizing access to easy health for Nigerians, leveraging lifestyle and diet. How does Fruitify works? You download the Fruitify app on the App Store, fill in your biodata, dietary preferences, lifestyle, the health goals you'd like to achieve, and even the budget you'd like to pay for it. The system then recommends accessible and affordable preventive healthcare products and services delivered to your door, or simply walk into any accredited Fruitify service point for pickup. Now, what is more? With Fruitify, Fruitifyers can be confident that any day, anytime, they can have access to their wellness, because our solution also connects the fragmented preventive healthcare sector, while also connecting you to other Fruitifyers who are also on the same health journey as you are. Fruitify supports users directly through an innovative business-to-consumer model that also includes an omni-channel of facilitating and delivering wellness for Nigerians. We make money giving you content that fits your goals to make it easy for you to be able to live a healthier life. We also give easy access to preventive healthcare products and services. Our technology also takes cognizance of what you like and what many others like too. To develop this solution, we have assembled some of the most amazing minds in Nigeria, including my co-founder, Adenike, who is, like me, a graduate of medical physiology with 8 years work and professional experience that also includes a fertility-focused pharmaceutical center. Olayemi, our lead software engineer, is a senior software developer and a multi-instrumentalist who has been instrumental in midwifing numerous enterprise-grade solutions. I, myself, I'm a business developer an alumnus of the Henry Tippie College of Business USA with 15 years hands-on experience in business management, entrepreneurship, and marketing strategy. Today, Fruitify has a growing team of 15 persons with the right product, business, and technological background. And how has that really panned out for us? We've been able to successfully deliver over 100,000 preventive healthcare products and services. We've been able to, along the line, generate over 150 million Nigerian naira with 10,000 fruitifiers. To achieve our next milestone of 100K fruitifiers, Fruitify is seeking a seed investment of 800 million naira with the right partnerships to help us scale this preventive healthcare solution across the Nigerian states. Now, guys, I need you to imagine with me the possibility of a world
and revenue today, and as you grow, how are you going to kind of manage the 10 plus products and services that you'll be offering?
Thank you very much for the question. So, preventive healthcare space requires, doing a lot of things around nutrition, lifestyle, which is physical fitness, and the other things in between. And so what Fruitify does is aggregate this under one platform. So it makes it easy for you to be able to have access to all of those preventive healthcare products. So on some days, you could need maybe a healthy product to drink. On other days, you could need a fitness service to also align with that health goal. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, that's exactly how the platform works. So we've seen great uptake in preventive healthcare blends, where people come in and you have people say things like, oh, I'm diabetic, what stuff can I take to manage that condition? Or you see people say, oh, I want to burn belly fat, or it could even be as interesting as I'd like to improve sexual functions, right? I mean, these people are not sick yet, but they are looking to be better in their lifestyle, in the way they live healthy. So Fruitify sort of aggregates that as one, and then makes it easy for them to get access to all of this.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's it.
Is it provided by Fruitify yourself, or you have like partners that you work with?
Yeah, so like I said, we use a business to consumer model, right? So it means that the users we support our users directly, so they come to Fruitify. But we also have integrated other businesses along that line. I mean, the preventive healthcare space is quite fragmented. You'd have to go here for your gym or fitness, and then you go here. I mean, people don't even visit a nutritionist to start with, right? And so you have all of those on one space. So you're able to shop from Fruitify, and then you get access to them. So we use an omni-channel model, so you could buy the service, and then it could be delivered physically at any certified Fruitify service point.
Thank you.
Sorry, is your primary product an e-commerce product? So is it a website where people can go and order different products? Is it?
No, it's not. Our primary product is actually a mobile app. Like I said, you download the app on the App Store, you fill in all of these details, and more importantly, the health goal you want to achieve. So we take in those information, and then we look at all of those and begin to recommend what you should be doing. You should only jog this much. You should only lose this much weight. You should only eat this type of stuff. Perhaps you also have allergy. Don't take this. This would be the next thing for you to do.
So then how do you compete with like AI platforms like ChatGPT? If I can put in my information and get
Okay, so one of the problems that we solve is the lack of access to quality health information, right? I mean, you can go on Google and type, oh, what do I eat? And you see a retinue of resources and you are lost in the maze. What Fruitify does, it does it with an understanding of you, right? So we're able to better meet you at the point of your needs.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A round of applause to Fruitify. Next up is Isesa Limited. Show some love, ladies and gentlemen. Show some love. Please nod when you are ready. Your time starts now.
All right, quick question. How many of you speak English as a second language? Just raise your hand. All right, thank you. How many of you were taught in English rather than your mother tongue? Show of hands. Thank you. I'd like to share with you the story of two boys, both born in Lagos, but under different circumstances. Ade was born on Victoria Island, whereas Ibitomi was born on Ajegunle. Àwọn ọmọ Ajégúnlẹ̀ wá ṣeré. So eventually, the time reaches for Ade Nibitomi to attend primary school. Fortunately for Ade, the entire Nigerian school curriculum, language of instruction, is English. Unfortunately for Ibitomi, the entire Nigerian language curriculum, language is in English. As you can imagine, Ade is able to skate through his classes from primary school to JSS, senior secondary, and beyond, whereas Ibitomi is left behind, struggling just to understand the language of instruction before he can actually learn the topics and ideas that he's being taught. Is this fair? The fact of the matter is, there are studies that support that mother language education is the best form of education, mother tongue education. There was a study done in the University of Ife, now known as Obafemi Awolowo University, that looked at two groups. One group from primary 1 to primary 6 that was taught primarily in the English language. The other group was taught in their mother tongue, Yoruba, from primary 1 to primary 6. Guess the results. The Yoruba language group outperformed the English language counterparts in every course, including English. Mother tongue education is the best form of education. Even UNESCO supports this. So what's the problem? We know that in our country we lack the resources. It'd be unfair for us to expect all of our teachers in schools to find teachers in every language. So the solution is Izesan for schools. Izesan is an ed tech company that teaches Nigerian languages using cartoons, animations, AI, machine learning to children and adults. Our business model is a subscription-based model. Basically, schools will charge schools a subscription to get access to our content. So far, glory be to God, 85 schools have subscribed in Abuja. Next year, Izesan is coming to a school near you. Our market opportunity we estimate to be about 1.67 billion naira based on the number of schools available with internet facility and equipment in Nigeria. A little background about me. I have a company in the US I founded in 2017, the Otagbre Group. It's a business consulting firm that does average annual turnover about $1 million US each year. My CTO has a background in ed tech, and we also have a curriculum developer as well on our team. We want to use the 20 million to add more language experts in indigenous languages, and we ask for your network. Thank you
very much. Please, let's have 3 minutes on the clock. A round of applause to Isesa. Judges.
Thank you. How many languages are currently supported on the platform?
15.
15.
And counting. We have an agreement, we have a project with the Federal Ministry of Education called the No Nigerian Language Left Behind program. So our goal is to get at least 50 languages digitized each year for the next 5 years.
Hello, thank you. What technology backends do you have in terms of the interactive videos and audios you have to communicate these languages to your audience, to make sure that they are having a very clear delivery of your message?
The main medium of instruction is technology. So as long as you have a device like a tablet, a mobile phone, a computer, or a laptop, you can access our content.
I'm talking about your integrations. Which platform are you integrated to? Cloud infrastructures you're using to make sure that are delivering quality?
We have a web app and we have a mobile app. I hope that answers your question.
I'm not very convinced.
You're not aware of what?
I'm not very convinced with your answer.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
What is the who are your target schools? So what is the profile of your target schools? What is the incentive for these schools to adopt language learning, while we know that everyone is trying to maybe push English, push a more globalized, yeah?
That's a great question. Last year, about at this time, the Executive Council, the Federal Executive Council passed the National Language Policy, which mandates that Nigerian languages, indigenous languages, must be taught in school from primary 1 to JSS 3. So we've partnered with the Federal Ministry of Education as an implementation partner next year on this. So it's going to be a law. That's the motivation.
Thank you. And how do you make money from the schools?
They pay subscription. So it's
How much?
How much? So we have two different models. You can pay per student, that's 5,000 naira per term, or we have a lump sum. They pay about 1.5 million per year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to ISESA Unlimited.
Thank you very much. We have had 6 presentations so far. We have 4 to go. But however, we'll take a quick pause here for a special announcement. I'll be bringing up the Group Managing Director of Zenith Bank, Dr. Ebenezer Onyagu, for the announcement. Please give him a warm round of applause as he comes up stage for the special announcement right now.
Are you enjoying the hackathon? You know, a short while ago, I came up here and I said to us that we are accelerating. And if you look at it, certain things are happening coincidentally without us planning it, and aligning with the theme of our tech fair, Future Forward. I brought up His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, not too long ago. And after that, he spoke to us about the fact that they just launched the office of the Dubai Chamber of Commerce. And subsequently, my colleagues whispered to me and said, why don't you come and say hello to the officials of Dubai Chamber of Commerce? So I stepped out. And while I was there, I listened to the opening remarks. And before I give their full names, the first thing was, well, we have the Dubai Chamber of Commerce in Nigeria. We are looking forward to us collaborating. And the next topic mentioned was, well, we are interested in growing the digital economy. We have this fair that takes place in Dubai. We are looking for opportunity to have incremental participation from Nigerians. And he went on to say that only 15 Nigerian tech talents participated. And in this same fair being organized, there is opportunity to be exposed to investors with aggregate portfolio of over $1 trillion. So the moment he said that, I say, Your Excellency, I don't have anything to say. We are having a tech fair. I need you to come and experience it and say a word or two to the audience. So ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst His Excellency Mohammed Ali Lota, the Chief Executive of Dubai Chamber of Commerce. Can we give him? He is accompanied by His Excellency Salem Al-Hashami. We also have Khalid El Ali. And we have our own person, Irene Oyarehua, who is in charge of the rep office in Lagos. So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, an applause for His Excellency Mohammed Lota.
First of all, I'd like to thank you that you brought me to this vibrant hall. So today, it is a very important day for us by opening our office in Lagos. And we have Irene here. She will be our chief representative of our office. After the general discussions that I had with my colleague here, as he just mentioned briefly, we started talking about digital economy. So he stopped me and he said, let's go next hall. And I think this was a wise decision. We just wrapped up a second version of a very important technology startup exhibition that took place in Dubai. It's called Expand North Star. So I'll be passing over the information to you. And Irene, she already has the information. What's special about this exhibition is that we successfully managed to have the largest technology startup exhibition in the world. Last October, we had 1,800 participants from more than 100 countries. And one of the main sub-events of this exhibition was a very inspiring event called Africa 100. So as my colleague here said, that we had 15 from Nigeria. Honestly, personally, I feel that we should get more, because the event is a global platform to connect all of you here to investors that are there to support the startups from more than 100 countries. We hope to see more Nigerian tech startups and entrepreneurs next October in 2024. And I'll assure you that I'll pass by your booth and ensure that everything is progressing very well. It's a great opportunity to meet investors from different places. And what's even more interesting is that you will be getting the opportunities to learn from global pitches that are taking place there. So we have a lot of hackathons and pitches that are happening from similar colleagues coming from 100 countries. You will be witnessing how people pitch, how people can get funding, and how can people are scaling up. And what's even more interesting, that we had 60 global unicorns participating there. So it's a great opportunity to mix up with startups, with scale-ups, and with unicorns. Again, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Hope to see you soon in Dubai. And Irene will be happy to share with you more information about the next version of Expand North Star. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Zenith Tech Fair, we move. We move. We move. For your information, we will be executing an MOU with Dubai Chamber of Commerce for this purpose. Thank you. So, this is the place to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go.
Thank you very much.
Can the ESCO members come up?
Would have all our executive committee members join this group photograph. This is a very powerful shot. We're really excited that Dubai Chamber of Commerce is represented. Thank you for honoring our invitation and for coming here to speak today.
Absolutely. And sir, it's of interest to you. My GMD, I know I already owe you for the selfie with the governor, but we also MC events in Dubai, don't we, Mojibade?
Across Middle East, Asia, all around the world.
And we speak Arabic too.
Around the 7 continents of the world, we do MCs.
Please, if you want us to MC in the next chamber of something, please let me clap for us, please.
Thank you.
The hustle is real. We move. We're forward. Once again, thank you very much for gracing the stage. This is indeed a very special edition of the Zenith Tech Fair Future Forward 3.0. If you're having a great time, let me hear you make some noise. And a round of applause that they'll hear it in Dubai. Let's go. The Sagathon is still on, and we will call up on stage our next contestant.
But today has been a really good day, Oscar.
Yeah,
really, really good day.
Some of the best days, some of the best.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. No selfie, sir. One is enough for the day. Thank you. Just, we'll see you in Dubai. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, some of the best events, best things are those that are not necessarily planned, even though this was planned. And it's turning out to be, I don't know, maybe the next person we'll have on stage. Who do you want on stage next?
Joe Biden?
Who?
Elon Musk. You never know. You never know.
Yeah. And a round of applause to our judges so far. I think this is the first time it's been interrupted in this way, but it's for a good cause. So who do we have next?
All right, coming up next, we have Skill Up with Cadosol. Please give a warm round of applause for Skill Up with Cadosol. A round of applause for her as she comes up stage for her presentation. The rules still apply. You have 4 minutes for your presentation, 3 minutes for Q&A. Good luck.
So we'll give her time to adjust. No pressure. Please nod your head when you are ready. Your 4 minutes starts now.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shomo Babi, and I am the founder of Souk, Skill Up with Katso. And I'm so excited to actually stand on this stage today to preach the gospel of what we do at Souk. But before I go into the gospel, I would like to ask you right now a very important question. How can we all in this room collectively break the cycle of poverty among young people living in underserved communities across Nigeria? Well, the solution and only solution is for us to provide them with what we call tools for transformation. And guess what? That is what we're all about at Souk. Over 20 million young Nigerians currently are either unemployed or lack dignified source of income. And most times this makes them resort into social vices such as pickpocketing, prostitution, and we all know the big problem right now, drug selling. And this is actually a very negative impact on Nigeria at the moment. But for us as Souk, we've seen this challenge and we've taken it head on. So what did we do? We provided a platform where young people from underserved communities can now learn vital vocational and digital skills after they seamlessly transition into our marketplace. The market is very huge. There's an estimation that by 2028, over the skills gig market would actually be worth $20 billion US. And who wouldn't want to be part of that market? Well, for us as Souk, we've made a promise that in the next 5 years, we'll be able to pull out 250,000 young Nigerians out of poverty by giving them access to economic opportunities through our marketplace. Well, we have a lot of competitors. And for us as Souk, we've actually understood something. Some of our competitors, let's say there's a line, they're on A or B, which is either they just provide skills training and let the talents go, or they provide a marketplace where these talents learn. But for us as Souk, we found an end-to-end platform where young people can now start, from after learning, they can easily start earning and then start making money for themselves. We are a very community-centered brand. We focus on the untapped market in underserved communities. These are young people that are vibrant, intelligent, and are willing to learn. So we focus on them and we give them an opportunity. We're also we're impact-driven, and we have diverse offerings. So now, a very quick one. Everything from my hair to my feet, we're all done by various talents on our marketplace. So you can patronize them on our marketplace. Well, our business model, we make a 20% commission from all transactions that are done on our marketplace. Now, this simple but yet powerful solution has provided 850 young people tools for transformation, taking them out of poverty and increased their income earning by 50%. With the help of our 41 Souk corporate partners who help us train them, and now they come on our marketplace and start selling. We've been able to hit a GMV of over $100,000 US. We've gotten various recognitions for this, and we've been doing so well. Well, here we all know funding is very important for our business to scale. With the funding we'll be receiving, 30% of it will be used to enhance our marketplace, to help us to reach out to more customers. We'll also be able to expand our operations and also market our brand so that everyone here can hear and know about the gospel of Souk. We have a diverse team with various expertise, and these are them. Finally, for me at Scale Up with Catsoul, I want us to push and move the future forward. And we can only do that by the 3 core values of the organizers: people, technology, and service. So our service to humanity right now is taking people to the next level. And we believe that Nigeria's pathway to prosperity starts from supporting businesses like Souk. Thank you very much.
Well done. Thank you very much. Scale Up with Cardoso. 3 minutes on the clock, please, for the Q&A.
Thank you very much. That was a very good one.
Thank you, sir.
I want to know, how do you identify the the right vocational skills, technology skills, or skills that you bring out for your talents to engage in learning?
Okay,
and
sir.
secondly, how do you ensure that talent that are sourced from your site deliver quality and the customers that come to source them are satisfied? How do you mediate and bridge that gap?
Thank you for the question. The first question is that before we finally launched Souk, we understood that we needed a visibility study. So we had a study amongst people that needed services. So we reached out to them and asked them, what service would you want right now that you don't necessarily need to call maybe roadside Kabiru to fix your car? And then most of them said they wanted mechanics, they wanted to easily go on websites to learn mechanics. So we went to communities and we figured out that most of these young talents, they want to learn skills, but maybe they are not, most of them, not like they were not interested in tech skills, but most of them wanted generational skills like plumbing, carpentry, hairdressing, tailoring that they can easily make without having to stay online all through to make it. So that was how we decided to start coming up with skills. So past skills, once there are requests, we actually add those skills and start looking for partners to help us train them. Now, how do we maintain quality? We have a monitor and evaluation team, and we make sure that all the people that help us to train these people are NAPTEP certified, so that when these young people are done, most of them are school dropouts, secondary school dropouts, so they need certifications that can help them to actually look for jobs even after they are done learning, and also while they are still on our marketplace looking for gigs.
Thank you. So I have a question. How widely recognized are the certifications that you provide? And then how do you ensure employability of the people that you have trained?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So how widely recognized? NAPTEP is a national certification in Nigeria that young people can actually use in getting jobs. There was a time sometime this year when Canada said they were looking for artisans. And one of the ways that these young people could actually apply for those visas were to actually even have NAPTEP certification. So this NAPTEP certification are technical and vocational skills certification. So that certification is a widely acceptable certification. So we make sure that all our talents are actually certified that way, so that they can be able to use it to keep working on what they say.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Last question, well, I guess. How do you find employers who are going to?
Oh, okay. So thank you. So some of our partners at the moment, Suzuki by CFAO is one of our partners for auto mechanic. They actually promised to employ these young talents. So they have a number of people they want to employ. But however, if there are 50 people learning from Suzuki with their partners, auto medics, what will happen to the remaining 47? So we decided to create a marketplace. So we also, as much as possible, write out applications to organizations that can help us to employ these young people.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Scale Up with Cardoso. Next up is Plychain.io. A round of applause.
Show some love to
While we're showing love to the contestants, also show some love to our judges. Show them some love as well. Thank you very much, judges, and very succinct questions that you have been asking. Please nod your head when you are ready. You didn't nod your head, though. Are you ready? I wish you all the best. Your 4 minutes starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Fela, and I'm the founder of Plychain. I studied toxicology at the University of Lagos, and I graduated at the top of my class at both the bachelor's and master's. This is my third startup, and as at last year, I lost a very dear friend of mine. If you take a look at the bottled water on your tables, my friend drank that bottled water in the traffic, and he lost his life. By the time we found out, we realized Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, you're eating into his time. Silence, please. Thank you.
By the time we found out, we realized that he had acute dosage of mercury inside the bottled water. And we couldn't trace who sold it to him, where or where. And that was what bettered Plychain. In the global supply chain market right now, which is currently fragmented. There are over $1.5 trillion that are being lost annually due to this fragmentation. And that has led to a lot of rise in counterfeits. And so companies' profits have been eroded over 40% per annum. That has led into over 1 million deaths per year. And this is going to rise to about 5 million in 5 years. And that is why we have built this technology known as supply chain. If you take just some seconds to scan this barcode, we are going to get a digital version of the bottled water in front of you online. And you can get an ID of this bottled water. And that scales to the food you eat. Everybody in this room has the responsibility or the need to have, the food they eat verified. Unfortunately, that is not so. Over 70% of our consumables in our homes right now are from FMCGs. And there are over 18,000 of them. The problem is that there's a lot of bureaucracies and the supply chain is not so open to a lot of people. You have the responsibility to know where your bottled water came from, where your food came from, where your cosmetics came from. And with that, we also saw a huge market opportunity, particularly, and this is ranging to about $1 trillion. And for us, we saw a deep penetration in about 5 years, about 5% of this. This is ranging to about $50 billion. Our business model is very simple. We charge a $3 per transaction that is done on the blockchain. We have other competitors, but they operate a SaaS model. And this defeats the whole essence of decentralization. And so there are other benefits accrued to that. I'll move on to our team. We're a team with complementary skill sets necessary to scale our impact. We are strategically positioned for customer acquisition and growth. We currently have over 89 businesses using supply chain right now. And so the other challenge is, the other point I'm trying to point out here is that we currently also have zero churn rate from these 89 businesses since we started. We're also signing up Coca-Cola and also UAC Food. We're currently seeking this 20 million. With this 20 million, we'll be able to scale our team. We are currently trying to scale this solution to 1,000 businesses. With this, we'll be able to empower or save over 10 million lives. And currently also infusing over IoT technology into the system. Lastly, I would ask that everyone brings out their phone and scan this barcode and see how the result gives you. It shows you from where the apple is gotten from the United States to where you get it in a hotel. Thank you so much for this. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Please, can we have 3 minutes on the clock for the Q&A?
Yep. I think you said you charge $3
per transaction.
Per transaction. So
Yes.
if it's like a bottled water, can you explain a bit on the business model?
Yeah, so on the, it's blockchain on the dashboard for your company. So for every transaction you process, like if you create a product, that's a transaction. If you create a shipment, that's another transaction. If you create a checkpoint, that is another transaction. If you finally create this QR code and put it on your product, that's another transaction. And so this scales from a very small business to even the FMCGs that produce millions of products per day. Imagine having 10,000 transactions on this technology per day. And this is what happens for the FMCGs. This is a huge market opportunity to save a lot of lives.
Okay, thank you. So I want to, how do you ensure scalability of your business model if more companies start to adopt blockchain technology?
Well, for us, we actually do not, the blockchain itself is decentralized. And so if more companies come on board, it's better for us. And so you can sell a product of, maybe you can have a business that sells about 30 products per month to another product that sells maybe 1 million products per month. So it is scalable from the very beginning to as many as possible. Then the other part is that our overall goal is to be able to influence policies in the government, where each company, organization is mandated to be accountable for every product they release in the market.
Thank you.
So how many transactions have you had on the platform, since you say you charge $3 per transaction?
Say that again?
How many transactions have you had on the platform?
Well, so the number of transactions depend on the company. And so right now we've had over 110,000 transactions, and that is 110,000 multiplied by 3. And so the 3 sounds like it's a very small figure, but over time, we started last year. And with this, our goal with the 20 million naira is to be able to scale to over 1,000 businesses. Imagine the kind of impact we can create by investing in this. Thank you.
What level of technical expertise is required for an implementation?
There is 0 level of technical expertise. All you need to do is to log in, create a dashboard. Every other thing is done on the back end behind us. So you don't need any technical expertise or any special demos to come on board.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Coming up next, we have Natal Cares. A round of applause as we welcome Natal Cares upstage. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Still talking tech at the Zackathon. Please do let me know by nodding your head when you are ready. Please nod your head when you're ready. Your 4 minutes starts now.
Hello everyone. My name is Uche Kenneth Tudekwe. I'm the CEO and founder of Natal Cares. 5 years ago, I lost my sister-in-law at childbirth due to complication of pregnancy and delivery. It took me a while to get up from that shock, but when I eventually did, I said, no, something has to be done. It was then I started doing all the research. I discovered that maternal and infant mortality is a major problem in Nigeria. According to the UNICEF, every single day, Nigeria loses around 2,300 children between the ages of 0 and 5, and about 145 women of childbearing age. Because of that, Nigeria is now the largest contributor to maternal and infant mortality in the world. It's serious. But then I was interested in the causality. What's the cause of all of this death? Then from that research, there were 3 major reasons. First, the unhealthy child delivery practices. 2, the healthcare information gap. And 3, the lack of vaccinations for children between the ages of 0 and 5. Having discovered this, I started Natal Cares, a social enterprise that harnesses mobile technology, machine learning, and low-cost innovations to combat maternal and infant mortality in Nigeria. And we've developed a holistic, innovative solution to solve these 3 problems that have been identified. It's extraordinary. So first, to bridge the healthcare information gap, by harnessing the power of mobile technology, we deliver valuable healthcare information on symptoms of prenatal conditions to these pregnant women and nursing mothers on their mobile phones. We give it to them in their indigenous local languages. Now, we understand that some of these women cannot read. For those that cannot read, we give it to them in voice notes in their local languages, and it guides them, accessible on any kind of phones, and it guides them through their pregnancy to have the supplies to work with. It's been magical. Now, to solve the top problem, which is the lack of vaccination, our mobile application contains an immunization reminder to help track and ensure that these women present their babies for proper immunization. And then, so far, we've reached around 55,000 pregnant women and nursing mothers, ensuring safe births in around 34 rural communities in Nigeria. We've trained around 2,000 traditional birth attendants on latest delivery practices. Now, to ensure sustainability, we've developed multiple revenue streams. We offer a subscription charge for all our message services, and then we retail our delivery kit with a profit margin to ensure sustainability. And then we also offer voice and text message advertisement for a mother and baby care company who wants to uniquely reach their target. And then we also partner with individuals and organizations who wants to carry out their CSRs. Currently we do that for Wema Bank, for World Connect, and then we're in talks with Lotus Bank as well. So this is what makes us different from every other startup that has come to pitch today. We're not just here to win a competition. We're here to create value for both Zenith Bank and Natal Cares. We understand that the people that we're trying to reach are in low-income households. they might not be able to pay all that money at once. So what have we done? We've developed a savings scheme, which we call the Natal Care Savings Scheme. It allows users who lack access to traditional banking to be able to save for a period of that 9 months and conveniently afford and pay for our solutions. And right now, we do it in a traditional model, but we want to automate that system. And that's where Zenith Bank comes in. We want to create a mobile wallet with Zenith Bank so that all of our customers can save and then pay from all these wallets. And we're talking about a minimum of 55,000 users. And then it gets better from there, because in the next 2 years, we're planning to scale across the 36 states in Nigeria, which is a potential 50 million pregnant women and nursing mothers. Zenith Bank has infrastructure, they have the resources, but we have access to the users, and we have access to their trust as well. Now, imagine the 50 million users having a mobile wallet with Zenith Bank.
Thank you.
It's a massive 50-50 win.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please do understand that when you do applause, you take into or cut into their time. I appreciate the love, but please do let the presentation end. Let's have 3 minutes on the clock for the Q&A. Thank you.
So, given the diversity of languages in Nigeria, how does NetoCare ensure that healthcare information is available in different local languages?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question, sir. So we have, for all of the major languages in Nigeria, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, these languages are currently there. And then we also have that if anybody cannot speak these languages, it means the person must be able to speak English. Now, if the person cannot speak English, the person can speak French. The person can speak broken English. All of these languages are meant to cover the major languages that everybody in Nigeria can speak. And myself, I speak Igbo, I speak Yoruba, I speak Hausa conveniently. And so the reason why we do this is to ensure that, because when you run some of this voice on Google, this is programmed with an algorithm. Sometimes it loses the real content. So we make sure that the real content is delivered to these people. That's how we cover all the language barriers.
In terms of revenue, how much revenue have you generated?
So thank you very much. So for 20, okay, so that'll be 2022 right now. We've had around at least 17 million naira. That's what we made last year. This year we are hoping to hit 34.
And how do you make money?
Okay, thank you very much. We've developed multiple revenue streams. So first of all, we offer a subscription charge for all our message service delivery. And then secondly, we retail that delivery kit with a profit margin. It gives us a sustainable model. Then we also offer voice and text message advertisements. Currently, we have Rekit, the producers of Dito, Martin. They do all the advertisement on our platform. And then we offer, we also do partnerships with individuals and organizations that want to do CSRs. And I mentioned that we currently run the CSRs for Wema Bank, World Connect, and currently we're in talks with Lotus Bank. And what we've done that's really, different from every other startup is the fact that we understand that some of these women, it's low cost, 6,500, it's cheap. But not all of them can pay that money at once. But we're not ready to let anybody go, because no woman deserves to lose her life while trying to bring another into the world. What have we done? We've divided that 6,500 into 9 months. Every month, they're only going to contribute 500 naira, which is super cheap. So before the 9 months, they have extra amount to even pay and even afford other things. That's how we remain sustainable.
Ladies and gentlemen, he has 16 more seconds, please. Thank you.
Just a quick one. Do your revenues cover your costs at the moment?
Sorry, please.
Do your revenues cover your costs?
Definitely. We're profitable currently, ma'am.
Now you can clap. Thank you very much, NATO Cares. Our final and 10th contestant this afternoon is Night On. A round of applause to Night On.
All right.
Please nod when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm good.
Your 4 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much. So look at the numbers. $21 billion was lost in trade fraud, meaning international buyers trying to buy African product lost $21 billion. Now in 2021, that same year, African manufacturers lost over $37 billion in confiscated products or products that could not be exportable. And what is the problem? I can tell you personally that my grandfather used to be one of Nigeria's leading exporters of cocoa. And I saw firsthand the problem he went through, from supply chain to export, as well as access to capital, and even payment as well. But that is because the export system is disconnected from the international market. So what exactly is the problem? There's a problem of quality check, which affects our pricing. There's also the inadequate technology that affects our delivery time. Then there's also payment and capital. So how are we solving this problem? We've built a B2B marketplace connecting African manufacturers to the international market faster, more effective, allowing them to make dollars rather than being paid in naira. So we are changing the value chain to allow local manufacturers earn in dollar. So how are we doing this? We've built a quality check system that is the best and the top in the market. We've also integrated an AI technology that allows them to optimize efficiently and sufficiently their operations on the platform. Also including escrow payments and producing access to capital. So we are able to provide our manufacturers with capital. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, I want to introduce you to Kunte. So Kunte is an AI-powered shopping assistant that is voice controlled. Meaning right now, you can shop on the platform voice and Kunte will do the rest for you, which is the first in Africa, and we are changing the way people shop forever. So how big is the market? The export market is a $275 billion market, but we are targeting the $5 billion market, which is food, fashion, art, and commodity products. Now you would say, who are our target markets? We are looking at Europe, the US, the UK market, as well as Africans in diaspora. These are the individuals that are ready to pay for African manufacturers and pay very well. So how do we charge? We charge 10% commission. We also have subscription models to allow individuals get free shipping of their products within the Nigerian market and within the African market. We also charge interest on the credit we provide. Now, there are a few players in the market, but none of them are built for efficiency, trust, as well as also working with the highest level of technology available. Now, we want to make sure that when we export African products, we compete with the likes of Alibaba and Amazon on that level. We want to put African manufacturers on the international map. So this is my team. I'm Ifeanyi Toniwose. I'm the founder and CEO, and Adetayo is my co-founder and CTO, amazing developer. And these are my stallions of team members spread across Nigeria and the UK. We have an advisory board to direct our path and make sure that we are doing what we are supposed to do and growing and really helping the Nigerian market. So we launched in 2022, and between 2022 and December of 2022, we made over 80 million naira for Nigerian manufacturers. And this year, we are projected to do over 250 million naira for Nigerian manufacturers, which is a big gap to how far we've come. So we are raising $600,000 to be able to expand operations, acquire new users, provide credit to business, as well as, build a supply chain. Now you would say, what exactly is Niton doing? So we are building the African Trade Center, a solution that would give African manufacturers the ability to finally get value for their export and bring in a lot of FX into the country. So that's the goal, and we can do this. So imagine if we've done 200 manufacturers, and we've helped them acquire over $87,000, which is 87 million.
Thank you very much.
Imagine what we can do. Thank you so much.
Time is up.
Thank you for that presentation. How do you acquire customers on the other side, not in Nigeria?
Okay, so we took a very unique approach. So we go to institutions to acquire. So there's an institution called the US Trade Treaty. So we go there and we have a conversation with them around all their manufacturers, all their buyers. So what we do is that we do institution acquisition. So we talk to an institution and they have over 200 buyers, and we instantly have 200 buyers on the platform. The same thing is how we handle the buying side as well. We work with BOI, we work with NASIMA as well as MAN, And then with the partnership we have with Zenith Bank, we want to do over 100,000 businesses in 2024.
What are the key indicators that you use to validate that this product is fit for the market?
Okay, so we've done numbers. We've seen our traction.
Sorry, can you hear me? What are the key indicators you use to validate that this product is fit for the market?
So we've done the numbers and we've seen that there is traction. We've seen that the demand for African products internationally is large. And the international market are looking for who to trust and how to buy these products. Plus, we've seen the recent growth in e-commerce, we've seen the recent growth in marketplace. And with the Japa syndrome, Africans in diaspora are looking for how to enjoy the African experience while over there. So that's the service we want to provide, and there's a market for it already.
Why did you decide to focus on maybe fashion products, and what's the long-term plan for your product landscape?
All right, so we saw the strongest point, which is fashion, art, commodity, and food products. So those are the 4 verticals we are focusing on, and that's because those are the products that have the highest demand with a minimum supply, meaning that we have the capacity to really help businesses expand internationally.
What's your plan for the commodities?
So what's our plan for the communities?
Yes. Commodities.
For the commodities, so we work with ISO. So products that have been exported through ISO means that you must have an export license to that level. So for commodity products, we focus on high demand commodity products while also making sure that they are of the best standards. And by the way, there are regulators here to make sure that we work with that standard for exports.
And out of the revenue you've generated, what proportion of that is like fashion versus commodities?
Okay, so commodity makes up about 60% of our revenue, while fashion, food, and art make up the remaining 40%.
As a local supplier, how do you help me facilitate processes for credits, loans, etc.?
Yes, so first of all, we have a neobank solution embedded into the platform. So aside from the fact that we are a marketplace, we also have a neobank inside the platform, which we've partnered with Zenith Bank to provide that solution. Meaning, in less than 5 minutes, you get your credits to you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Night On. And that concludes our top 10 contestants. Please give each and every one of them a round of applause. So make some noise for EduPoint, TriberPay, Sync, Joveling, Fruitify, Isesand Limited, Skill Up with Carasol, Playchain, NATO Cares, and Night On. A round of applause to them.
And please, a louder round of applause to our esteemed panel of judges for doing an amazing work. And then they're going further to do the real work, decide who the winners will be today. They will exit the stage right about now as we prepare for the next things to come. Thank you very much, judges.
Thank you very much, judges. Please, a round of applause to them. I know lunch is around the corner, and we want to share this very important information in terms of the process. So just get your cards ready. You all have your cards, and there are inscriptions behind that indicates where you will go for lunch. So if you don't have the card, please make sure you have, and we'll share that information in due course.
And of course, right after lunch, just like we did yesterday, we have 3 masterclasses that will take place. The first one will be facilitated by Ernst & Young, and it's on cybersecurity in digital transformation, challenges and solutions. We have another masterclass on cloud computing, potential for enhancing business operations, and this will be facilitated by Oracle. Then we have another masterclass, the third one, blockchain technology, applications and challenges. This will be facilitated by IBM. But of course, this will happen after lunch, and all 3 masterclasses will run concurrently. So anyone that most applies to you or that is most interesting for you, please make sure you attend and be a part of it. Some people attended yesterday and they did have a great, great time. So if you missed it, make sure you choose one of the 3 that I have read out to attend.
So I see people moving around. We didn't say it's time for lunch, okay? It's not yet time. But what we do want to ensure is that you have the right document that will ensure you get your lunch. But for now, we also have the exhibition area. How many of you have been there? Just raise up your hand if you've been to any of the exhibition stands. Fantastic. That is the spirit. So please take time. This is day 2 and the final day. And you get a chance to meet some amazing brands in the tech ecosystem who are basically part of the bigger picture, the future forward thinking that we are celebrating today.
After listening to 10 pitches, and I'm sure there are certain people in the room who also would like to listen to this final presentation at the Zenith Tech Fair for 2023, this presentation is so critical to everything that we have just listened to. It speaks to how to run a successful startup, And this will be delivered by the founder and chief executive officer at Terragon Group. I'll be inviting him up very shortly. Terragon Group is the leading data and marketing cloud company in Africa, which helps brand intelligently deliver more meaningful experiences to African consumers on mobile. Our speaker, for over 13 years, has steered the company through its evolution from a digital agency to Africa's foremost SaaS, which is software as a service company, with development of proprietary, patented technology solutions, successful acquisition of a software company in Bangalore in 2018, and strategic partnerships with global technology and indigenous companies, including Meta, Microsoft, MTN, Nigerian Breweries, just to mention a few. Please let's make welcome for the final presentation today, Elo Ume, the founder and CEO of Terragon Group. A round of applause for him. He'll be speaking to us on how to run a successful startup, growing a successful startup. Thank you very much. We're truly honored that you're here today with us on the second day of the Zenith Tech Fair for 2023. Over to you, sir.
I have a video. How do I play it?
Just tell them. Okay. Just tell them to cue your video.
Good afternoon. Thanks to the board management at Zenith Bank for having me. When Mr. Tokwe asked me to do this, I told him I have not yet delivered the company. But I reflected back on my 21 years working in technology. And I said, maybe it's a good, maybe I should do it, right? And I got back to him and I told him, by all means. And what did I reflect on? I reflected on getting out of university. I went to Lagos State University. I studied business administration. And after that, I joined a startup called MTech. Some of us here would know the company. We sold ringtones, and it became fairly successful. And after MTech, I helped the World Bank understand M-Pesa, which launched in East Africa in 2008. So they wanted to understand, essentially, USSD banking. I did that policy framework for them for about a year. And after doing that, I launched a business called Twimpine, which was pioneering mobile advertising, which we sold the tech to a South African agency group in 2016 before I launched, or we evolved to Terragon. Terragon is a component, or was a component, of the Twimpine business, so it evolved. Everything, I think that this context sets the stage for some of the things I'm going to say this afternoon. And please permit me to crave my indulgence for maybe about 12 minutes. I'll try to do this very quickly. It's a challenge to be speaking before lunch, but we'll try to do it as fast as possible, just like technology, right? Please, can you play this video? Who has seen the movie Shawshank Redemption? It's a classic. Tim Robbins and Morgan Freeman. Can this be played, please? It's a very short clip. But Shawshank Redemption is a movie that I watch frequently.
A man nobody ever laid eyes on before strolled into the Maine National Bank. Until that moment, he didn't exist, except on paper.
May I help you?
He had all the proper ID, driver's license, birth certificate, social security card, and the signature was a spot-on match.
I must say, I'm sorry to be losing your business. I hope you'll enjoy living abroad.
Thank you. I'm sure I will.
Here's your cashier's check, sir. Would there be anything else?
Please, could you add this to your outgoing mail?
I'd be happy to.
Good day, sir.
Mr. Stevens visited nearly a dozen banks in the Portland area that morning. All told, he blew town with better than $370,000 of Warden Norton's money. Severance pay for 19 years.
Good morning, Portland Daily Bugle.
All right, you can stop. Thank you. Okay. So why Shawshank Redemption? Why this movie? Why is it important? It's important because of something. Tim Robbins got an opportunity to get out of Shawshank, not by getting parole, which his good friend Andy got, Morgan Freeman, but Morgan didn't have hope. Morgan was influenced by Andy, and that is leadership. But beyond leadership, what was at the base of Andy's opportunity? What made up for Andy's opportunity, right? At the end, I'll come back to this. Talent gets you in the room. Character keeps you in the room. Talent gets you in the room. So talent is your idea. Talent is starting the business. Talent is getting from 0 to 1. Right? Talent is 0 to 1. Peter Thiel's book, right? He talks about 0 to 1, 1 to 10, and 10 to 100. And these are real numbers. To go from 0 to $1 million in revenues is a combination of talent. And as you get to $1 million, what gets you to $1 million? Character starts to build in. So at the core of it, character is being able to repeat what talent delivered at the beginning. The people that see it through think about it long term. They suffer so many times, right? They fail so many times, but they keep at it. And what does that do? What are the essence, what are the components of that character? Is what is up here. Leadership comes down to two things, in my experience. It comes down to service to the component stakeholders, from government down to environment, customers, staff, management, and board. So service to them, right? And that service could mean many different things. We don't need to go into that. However, you will fail several times to be able to deliver that service. And if you fail several times, if you give up, right, then you never get to the end. You never get to witness what Andy witnessed. The guys have seen Shawshank Redemption. What did Andy witness? Andy tried several times to get parole. He was at Shawshank for 30 years or 40 years. In that time, he spent maybe 20 years of his time with Tim Robbins. But at the end, how did Tim get out of Shawshank? Right? Tim, how did he get out of Shawshank? So we will answer the question of how Tim got out of Shawshank. John Maxwell says that leadership is the ability to obtain followers. Leadership is not about morality. So leadership is not about morality, right? So and we have a lot of examples. We'll use Hitler's example. Hitler was a leader. And he achieved something by his style of leadership. He may not be a moral leader. Jesus is more on the religious, moral, faith side. But leadership is essentially being able to say, this is what I intend to do, and inspire followership. So if you want to get big minds to follow you, then what do you have to do? You have to paint a picture that is very, very big. But to be able to achieve a big picture or a big dream or vision, it takes a long-term thinking. And just like the clouds, always moving, sometimes it's white and sometimes it's dark, right? You have to see through both circumstances. And that is where grit comes in. We've seen 10 pitches, excellent ideas. The guys that will be here 10 years, all great ideas, and all of them can work, but they need to evolve. I've been an entrepreneur for 14 years. We've evolved the business maybe 3 times. But at the core of it, we have not moved from being a software business to becoming a haulage company. No, we haven't done that. Right? It's just like, what's his name? Tim, Andy, at Shawshank. He set a goal. He had a background. He was an investment banker, but studied something called geology. And when he was trying to get out of Shawshank, he used a spoon and a few small tools to start cracking the wall of Shawshank prison until that wall cracked, broke through. That was the video. That was the beginning of that video. And he was able to climb, walk through that hole, and fall into, what did he fall into? He fell into something, right? Before he could be free. But we'll come back to that. These are 2 notable figures, people that inspire a lot of us, maybe. And one of them is Nelson Mandela, who fought apartheid, was in jail for 27 years and got the reward at the end of it, being president, not the reward really, but he became president of South Africa and liberalized South Africa as we know it. He is the father of modern day South Africa. And Yakubu Gowon, who fought the Nigerian Biafran War, right? And continued and essentially served the mission of keeping Nigeria together, led that, right? And when we talk about leadership, it's about, and these 2 people served selflessly, right? They served selflessly with significant grit. The Nigerian war lasted 3 years, and after that, he started to rebuild the country. But even Nelson Mandela was in jail for 27 years and had an objective to unify the different races in South Africa to be free, right? And when we think about entrepreneurship, you come and have an idea, some of them fantastic ideas, right? Today, some of them will start as a social endeavor. But maybe to keep the lights on, you may need to pivot it to becoming highly profitable business, right? So that you can keep the lights on. Or maybe today it starts as a profitable business, but you start to get a whole bunch of grants and you maybe you need to pivot it to becoming a social enterprise. Being able to have that flexibility, being able to have that, being able to have your mindset set at serving for the outcome, those different stakeholders, right? And the character. At the beginning we talked about talent gets you into the room. It is the character that keeps you going, right? And Andy and Red, Morgan Freeman, and Tim Robbins. Tim Robbins got to Shawshank, met Morgan Freeman, who has spent a few years, maybe more than 10 years, and he was like, in jail, they have the cliques and all that stuff. And they found out that this guy, Tim Robbins, was a bright guy, talented guy. He was an investment banker. Got there because he was accused of murdering his wife, which he denied that he did. But he started to work for the commandant of the prison as an accountant. As an investment banker, he was brilliant. That got him into the room. Many times, he would have died. And this is how you situate your company, right? From 0 to 1 for a Terragon business, right? Was extremely difficult. Many times we died. From 1 to 10, in my experience, that part is easy, which is growing from $1 million in revenues to $10 million in revenues. That part is not very hard. Where you will see sorrow, tears, and blood is 0 to 1, you pass that. 10 to 100. Many Nigerian businesses end up around 0 to 10. Many Nigerian businesses, which are medium-sized businesses. Then you become large businesses, 10 to 100. It is, you think back, am I in service to the mission? What is the mission? The mission that I have sold to the people that have been following me, right? The mission that I have sold to my board and shareholders. The mission that I have sold to government. There are several things. The mission I have sold to my customers, right? So, and what does it come down to? It comes down to the individuals in the organization. It comes down to that. And we talk about the L5 framework, which some of us know from John Maxwell's leadership framework, which in my opinion, leadership is about service and grit, right? However, when you talk about the first stage of leadership, and why is this important? It's very important because today you start a business and it's your person, right? You tell people that this is what you want to do. The first time I went out to India, I was looking for mobile advertising technology. We went out to India, I've traveled to 5 cities, right? Looking for a partner that we could work with. When the decision for my partner to work with me in 2013, 2014 was driven by essentially position and permission, which was position, we were doing similar stuff, they were further ahead, and they were more equipped. But the permission was the relationship we had built over time, and that is what led to us acquiring an Indian company in 2018, after 5 years working with them. But they wouldn't have made that decision if they did not see number 3, and number 4, which is then the production. They had seen that we had grown mobile advertising on the African continent, and we had the character, the resilience to continue to build their own team. We acquired them when they were 6 people, today they are 40 people. So talent gets you through the door, but to keep it going, you require character. So we've seen some of that. Everyone is a leader, everyone influences someone. You see this at the back of downfall buses and trailers when you're traveling. There's nothing about that. It's now about how do you fuse Shawshank Redemption, which is by all means a free assignment. This weekend, you can download Shawshank Redemption, juxtapose this presentation and what you find in Shawshank. I think you'll have a more rounded understanding of this submission I'm making this afternoon. So, when people sign up to work for you, right? You know, what I found talking to entrepreneurs and managers and stuff is that it's a one-way relationship and that they are doing people a favor. I recently joined the Lagos Business School as an executive in residence. And what I find is that the best way of learning is in studying. And before I can go to a classroom of business executives in like something like advanced management program, I better be prepared. If I am not prepared, then, you know, that is, I believe that every right, John Rockefeller, one of the men who made America, implies a responsibility, every opportunity an obligation, every possession a duty. Right? Talent gets you in the room. Character keeps you going. But you cannot situate this within a vertical. You need to have a very horizontal view. And that is how the best people, the people who get to the ends of it, start very early, harnessing the power of that horizontality. Seeing that everything is a relationship. The people who will stay longest with you are the people who there's mutual respect. Thank you. So, and at the base of it, we talked about leadership, the different stages of leadership, but it comes down to the core of it. To lead a business, you need to, first of all, be true to yourself. To thyself, be true. I've come across different people. I had one of the most brilliant software developers that Nigeria has ever seen. He lives in Berlin today. But he only works at night. But at a stage in our organization, when we became north of 100 people, one person working at night and others working during the day couldn't work for team dynamics. We had to let him go. Right? So it comes down to This guy, can he build a company? If he continues working at night, he can never evolve from being a software developer to becoming an entrepreneur. I have built a pure software business. There's nothing that we do that is tech-enabled or whatever. Everything we do is pure software. I have built that sort of company without being able to write a line of code. I have built it because people have signed up to follow me, leadership. So, the mark of a leader is priority is to think and to work according to what is most important, right? We don't have a lot of time to go into this detail. And so the secret of great performance, right? I think this is also important. So let's spend a little bit, 1 minute on this. I think that when we decided to acquire a business in India, it took us 2 years to do it. Right now, we've been negotiating with a business in East Africa. It's going to be a year around this time. You should not be afraid of failure in every move you make. What is most important is the experience, learn from it, and apply character to it. When you repeat it a few times, you will get it right. Trust me, it works. So these are some examples. George Danzig has the world record for solving the toughest mathematical equation in the world. He was a research student, a PhD student at UC Berkeley. But he maybe wasn't very true to himself or didn't have a very high sense of self-awareness. So he was stabbing classes, right? But he has the right mindset around learning. George Danzig got into the PhD class and saw an assignment on the board. And he didn't know that it was an impossible assignment, that the class had tried to do it and they never solved it. George Danzig took that assignment, didn't come to class for a few weeks, but solved that equation. And today holds the world record for it. What sort of mindset does Danzig have? Right? Somebody that needs to come to class. But talent got him into the room. There's some level of character in there, which I think is critical for entrepreneurship. And we rounded up by the guy we all know very well, Michael Jordan. I have missed more than 9,000 shots. We know this, right? We know this phrase. In my career, I have lost almost 300 games, 26 times I have trusted to take the game, winning shot, blah, blah, blah. You know, I have failed, and that is why I succeed. That's what it comes down to. So, this is my short story. And to all aspiring entrepreneurs, it's hard, it's tough, but whatever you do, don't die.
That's such a powerful way to end. Thank you very much, Mr. Elo Ume. Whatever you do, don't die.
May we live long.
Amen. And now, the moment we have all been waiting for.
Lunch. It's time for our Hackathon, and
the announcement.
I think we need to call up on stage all top 10 contestants. Please, can we have them on stage?
Please give a round of applause as we make welcome EduPoint, Triba Pay, Sync, Jovelin, Fruitify, Isesant Limited, Skill Up with Katso, Sook, Plychain.io, Natal Cares, and Night On. Give them a round of applause. Top 10 brilliant minds. They have done excellently well pitching to our judges. And now we have our results. Please make them welcome very quickly. File up stage to the extreme.
The time is here. Please, can we stand on a straight line? Thank you very much. On a straight line. Are you all, we all did NYC, this is not a straight line, no. All
there
right.
are 9. Do we have one more person coming? This is 9. Okay.
All right. So first of all, we'd like to say congratulations to each and every one of you.
Give them a round of applause. They went past 500 applications plus, and then they emerged top 10. So that already is a win. So give them a round of applause for being winners already. Congratulations to all 10 of you. Well done.
Please, we need absolute silence in the room. Don't look at me, I can't help you now. Look forward. If you hear your name, please step forward. First up, in no particular order, this heartbeat they do can come to get him. Edu Point, step forward, please. Stop.
The next name, please step forward. Juvelin, please step forward.
The next name, Fruitify.
The next name is Zesant Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, absolute silence, please. The next name, NATO Cares.
The next name, Supply Chain. Please step forward. The next person to join them, Night On. Please join them.
At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to call up on stage some executive members of Zenith Bank.
But just before we bring them up, we'd like to announce. Can we please make welcome Mr. Akin Oguroti, Executive Director at Zenith Bank PLC. Please make him welcome very quickly with a warm round of applause. Also closely joining him, Mr. Adobe Nwapa, Executive Director. Please join.
Okay, we can stop the heartbeats now.
Mrs. Adobe Nwapa is joining Mr. Akin Oguroti. Then we'll also have Mr. Henry Oro. Please join our executive directors on stage. And finally, but certainly not the least, Dr. Temitope Fasoroti. Please join our executive directors on stage to congratulate.
So ladies and gentlemen, in front of you, you have witnessed the 7 finalists who have made it this far. AKA the 7 that have made it, and this is where their journey ends. We have our top 3 in the person of Sync, Tribapay, and Sook. But for now,
can we have the checks for our 7 innovators who will receive their checks, take pictures with our executive directors, and exit the stage very quickly. We have, so all 7 of them will get their checks. Mr. Akin Oguroti will help to present 2 checks. All right, can we have Edu Point? Give Edu Point a round of applause. Mr. Akin Oguroti will be presenting to Edu Point. Congratulations, EduPort.
Please show some love, ladies and gentlemen. Show some love. Next up is Fruitify. Fruitify.
Mr. Akin Ogoroti will still be helping to do the honors. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Akin Ogoroti. Mrs. Adobe Nwapa will be helping to present the next checks. Can we have Juvelin? Congratulations to you, Juvelin.
Isesa Limited is up next.
Izesan Limited, congratulations. You walk away with a goodie bag and 2 million naira, courtesy Zenith Bank PLC. Congratulations.
Natal Cares.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Adobe Nwapa. Would have Mr. Henry Oro.
I see the love is strong. Congratulations, Natal Cares. Next up is Ply Chain. Ply Chain.
Congratulations, Supply Chain. You go away with a goodie bag and 2 million naira, courtesy Zenith Bank PLC. Thank you very much, Mr. Henry Oro. Next, we have Dr. Temitope Fasoroti. He would help to present to Night On. Night On, please step forward. Congratulations.
Night On, well done.
A goodie bag and 2 million naira. Congratulations to all 7 of you. We are incredibly proud of you. We look forward to hearing further good news from you from here on. But all 7 of you, please come. And then all 7 of you, you take pictures with our executive directors. There will be a group picture. Thank you. Congratulations. Please give them a round of applause. What they did here was not easy. We are proud of them. We salute your courage. We salute and celebrate your innovation. Yes, please join them for a group photograph. All our executive directors.
Do you want the checks as well? Or we should remove it? Okay. How do you want to do it? Okay. Let's spread out more. So spread out. Yeah, exactly. Spread out. Sir, can you come this way? So you come this way, sir. Yeah. Sir, can you come this way? Yeah. You come this way, yes, sir. So one second. This way? Yeah. So you can get them out. Those are the end. No, but when you pushing me to that, I'm so sorry. So that they're all in. Okay, good.
Press team, please give us a thumbs up when you have the picture. Thank you.
So as you've guessed, we have a second runner-up, a first runner-up, and a winner. Second runner-up is 10 million naira. First runner-up, 15 million naira. And just like last
We'll
year...
ask all 7 to hold on for the judges to join them with, for a group photograph. All 7 of you. But thank you all our executive directors. Please give them a round of applause as they exit the stage. Thank you, Mr. Akin Ogunroti. Thank you, Mrs. Adobe Uwakwa. Thank you, Mr. Henry Oro. We'd like to ask Dr. Tokwe Fasoroti to please remain on stage. He'll be helping to present to the second runner-up. We'd like to invite all our judges now to join our 7 innovators for a group photograph very quickly. Do we have all our judges as one person?
I think it's only right that we should show appreciation to our judges as well. This way. Just this way. Just this way. Very quickly. Come forward. This way. The other way around. The other way around. Step forward. Good. Are you good?
Again, congratulations to all 7 of you. You all are winners. We are proud of you. And Zenith Bank is celebrating you today for your courage, for your innovation, and for daring to change the world.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So, like I said, you've guessed right. Please, can we have our top 3 center stage?
Please take center stage.
Tribe Sync, and Sook, please, center stage. You guys should be making noise by now.
We have our top 3 finalists at the Zecathon for 2023. Please make some noise for them and give them a resounding applause. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have the heartbeat song? If you hear your name, you will step forward. It also means you will be walking away with 10 million naira as the second runner-up. Ladies and gentlemen, the second runner-up at the 2023 Zecathon is
from Rose.
Tribe Pay. Congratulations to Tribe Pay.
Dr. Temitope Fasaranti will help to present the check to Tribe Pay. Can you both step aside? Thank you very much.
Gently.
Congratulations, Tribe Pay. You walk away with a goodie bag and 10 million naira, courtesy Zenith Bank PLC. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the tension is high. We can feel your heartbeats. But please, let's make welcome the Group Managing Director of Zenith Bank PLC to help with the presentation to the winner and, of course, the first runner-up. A round of applause for Dr. Ebenezer Onyagu as he comes up stage for this special presentation.
So no more heartbeat song, Abby. All right. Ladies and gentlemen,
we have our GMD on stage to make the presentation. First, he will congratulate them because this is a great feat. We have 2 women. Please celebrate them. Celebrate 2 women, top 2 women changing the world. We are super proud of you. We are super proud of you.
If you're a proud woman of the house, let me hear you make some noise.
Woo!
The next name you will hear will be the winner of the 2023 edition of the Zenith Bank Zecathon. Can both of you please step forward beside the GMD?
Their legs are quite heavy. Please step forward.
Absolute silence, please.
Can we have some silence in the room?
Please hold the hand of the person next to you and tell them, shh.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the 20 million naira for the Zecathon 2023 brought to you by Zenith Bank PLC is one of these 2 ladies.
And the difference I'll share with you, but is extremely narrow. I can tell you that the winner's name starts with S.
They both start with S. Okay. The winner. We'll be right back after the commercial break.
All right, Mojibari, stop.
Okay. All right. The winner of the Zechathon for 2023, brought to you by Zenith Bank PLC, is Sync.
Congratulations to Sync for picking up the #1 spot at the 2023 Zechathon. We are extremely happy and we are extremely proud, which means that the runner-up with 10 million, with 15 million, is the one and only Skill Up with Cardoso.
That's our first runner-up today. Skill Up with Cardoso. Souk. Congratulations to you, Souk. And a huge congratulations to our grand winner of 20 million naira. Please remain seated. We still have...
Where are we all going? Hold on, music. Ladies and gentlemen, we have... Sorry, music please. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going for lunch, you won't be let in because we need to go in a sequence and order. So it's in your best interest to actually sit down and listen to the instruction, please. But in the meantime, we want to congratulate our first runner-up for picking up 15 million naira.
Skill Up with Katso. Souk, congratulations to you. And for the grand presentation, please let's make welcome Sync. Sync, please step forward.
Make some noise for Sync, ladies and gentlemen.
Congratulations to you. 20 million naira for your business, courtesy Zenith Bank PLC.
If you love what you see, if you love the winners and the contestants, and if you love Zenith Bank, let me hear you make some noise.
Woo! I love Zenith Bank.
Congratulations once again. Can we have the top three?
Our top three will take a group picture with the group managing director. Please go up stage. Congratulations to Triber Pay, to Souk, and to Sync. Congratulations to all three of you.
I know I can count on me, so stand up for the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, stand up for the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up.
So quick word from our winner after the picture. A word from our winner after the pictures.
It's getting close. Now it's just too.
Please, can we have the EDs on stage as well and the judges on stage as well? Thank you.
We have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me.
We'll be joined by our judges and of course our executive directors, Mr. Akin Ogunroti, Mrs. Adobe Nwapa, Mr. Henry Oro. We have Dr. Fasaroti on stage already.
And thank you to our judges, Damilari Shitu, Onwudiwe Okeke, Dolakwa Morgan, and Amaka Okechukwu Okwara. Thank you very much for taking the time to make this event even that much more special.
Let's remember that right after lunch, we still have our 3 master classes that we'll hold right here.
So for those of you going out, the instruction for lunch is as follows. On your, you all have a piece of paper that indicates the room you're to go. So the first to go will be the poolside. The first to leave will be the poolside. So if you have a poolside, if you have the poolside on your, please exit the hall. Others, please wait behind. This is all in a bid to ensure.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. You will agree with me that the purpose or the objective of the Tech Fair, an annual event by Zenith Bank, inspired by our chairman, Dr. Jimovia, and our group MD, Dr. Ebenezer Onyago. You will agree with me that the objective and the goals have been achieved. What are the objectives of this event? First of all, is what you just saw happen. To provide opportunities for startups. We started from almost 600 startups from all over the country with various ideas, solutions, value additions, and we came down to this top 10. The first objective is to provide a platform for these young ones to present their solutions and for them to get encouraged by the bank. Let me say this. It's not only the top 3 we'll be working with. We're going to work with all the 10 of them and even beyond to see how we can also promote their value and their goals and solutions. That's the first thing. The second objective is for us to provide a platform where techpreneurs, entrepreneurs, startups, young people with ideas, with solutions, can all come together and listen to the best global tech companies all over the world. And you saw that today and yesterday. We heard from Microsoft, Visa, we heard from Amazon, MasterCard, and so on. Now, these are individuals and companies that you pay millions to listen to them speak. But we provided a platform for these young ones to hear these top tech companies, and I'm sure that they will not be the same. The third objective was for us to provide an avenue for startups to showcase their solutions and their creatives. Out there, we have 60 exhibitors that will put together to show the value they are offering in tech. Also, master classes are there on cloud computing, master classes on blockchain technology to deep dive into these key areas in the tech world. But for me, the most encouraging reason we do this is the schools that we have invited. We had about 10 schools here with young people from all over Lagos, all coming here to listen. What are we trying to do? We're trying to say that, look, let's start to bring forth the talents, the digital initiative from this young one. Let's start to bring it up from a young age so that they can be inspired and encouraged to also be startups and talent providers. And that is what we've achieved. So my job today is very simple, and so thank everyone. And let me say this. Yesterday, I met a group of young ladies, boys and girls, between age 14 and 17. They came from Ajegunle. And we didn't even invite them. They came wearing, okay, they are there, very good. They wore a uniform top, and they said that they heard about this, and they came because they want to be inspired. And they told me that, look, tomorrow, we're not sure if you can come. I said, you have to come. We will provide the transportation for you to, and they are there today. You can see them clapping over there. These are boys that never had the opportunity to be in a gathering like this, to hear the world's best speakers and companies in tech speak. So for me, we have achieved what we set out by the bank to achieve by this tech fair. So I want to thank everyone. First of all, I want to start by thanking the governor of Lagos State who came here today and inspired us and encouraged us. I want to thank the Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital, who also was here yesterday, again. But most importantly, I want to thank all the panelists, the judges, the speakers, and everyone that contributed, the members of the organizing committee. I want to say a very big thank you. But I cannot end this by not thanking, first of all, our chairman and founder, who has inspired this event, Dr. Jimovia. And finally, our group MD, Dr. Ebenezer Onyago. He sat down throughout the event, yesterday and today, as busy as he is, because of his interest in technology and his love for the young ones, to see them prosper, to become tech experts. So I want to thank everyone. Thank you for coming. Next year, you heard the governor, they're going to work with us. The minister wants to work with us. Tech Fair 4.0 will be bigger, better, and even more inspiring. Thank you, everyone, for coming, and God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So once again, a round of applause to Temitope Fashoranti. Please, can we rise for the national anthem to officially close? And the masterclass is still very much on after the lunch break. Please, can we all rise for the national anthem? God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Just a quick announcement for the masterclasses. The first one will hold in Antarctica Hall